sing our national anthem and remain standing.
From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep on guiding, keep on glorious and glorious, and oh Canada, we stand on guard.
Please remain standing. Let us remember the students, staff, trustees, and family members of staff and trustees who have recently passed away, and keep them in our thoughts and prayers. Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord, and let the perpetual light shine upon them. May they rest in peace. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. O Almighty God, our Father in heaven, from whom all goodness and truth on earth have come forth, grant to us, the Catholic community gathered at this meeting, the vision to recognize and the vigor to espouse sound principles of educational theory and practice in a spirit of balanced judgment and the proper perspective. Give us also the courage to turn always onto the path of higher goodness in our deliberations, administrative decisions, and courses of action. Amen. Since it is the month of May, could we please pray one Hail Mary? Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Hail Mary, full of grace.
The Lord is with thee.
Blessed art thou amongst women,
and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God,
pray for us sinners,
now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Glory be to the Father,
Son,
Holy Spirit,
as it was in the beginning,
is now, and ever shall be.
world without end. Amen.
In the name of the Father,
and
the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Please remain standing for the land acknowledgement.
We begin by acknowledging the land and our responsibility to care for and respect all that creation gives to provide us with life. This land upon which we live, work, and sustain ourselves is the ancestral and treaty lands of the Mississauga and Anishinaabe, also known today as the Mississauga of the Credit, rightful caretakers and title holders of this land. We also acknowledge that this land is rich in pre-contact history and relationships, which include the Anishinaabe and Okinawa, and since European contact has and continues to become home for indigenous and non-indigenous peoples. As a responsible community, we believe all people are sacred and possess inherent and immeasurable worth and dignity. Colonialism displaced and dispossessed indigenous people of their ancestral lands and continue to deny their basic human rights, dignities, and freedoms. We are committed to the sacrament of reconciliation, making reparation and fulfilling our treaty obligations, duties, and responsibilities as outlined in the Jidunajana, Fish with One Spoon Wampum. This treaty governs and affirms that we actively maintain mutually beneficial relationships and collectively respect and care for the land, water, animals, and each other in order to guarantee a good life for our future descendants.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, so the next item in our agenda is the approval of the agenda. Before I proceed to that, I just want to thank Hibwit Thomas, Soul Power Productions, and Martina Luis Ortiz for singing our national anthem. And I also would like to thank the prayers presented by the Planning for Independence Program and Communications classes. The video was presented at the Ordinary Youth event on March 19, 2024. Thank you so much. It's very nice. Thank you, Ms. Go ahead, Mr. Arenica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that. Can that prayer be forwarded to Superintendent Papaloni so that it can be presented to SEAC members as well?
Through the chair, yes, we'll forward it on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you all received your taupe sheet. Just want to make sure that you have it. It was sent later this afternoon. So with the approval of agenda, we want to include the taupe sheet. Or do we do it separately, Madam Director?
Through the chair, there are 3 items that require approval to be added to the in-camera agenda before you move to approving the full agenda.
So we are adding C4, D1.
Through the chair, if I may, you need approval from the majority of trustees to add items F7, L3B, and L5A to the in-camera agenda.
Okay, could I have somebody move? Moved by Trustee Bruno Yanica, seconded by Trustee Stefano Pascucci. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Through the chair, approval of the agenda.
The
now?
actual agenda now. So we have the approval of the agenda. Could I have somebody move, please? Moved by Trustee Darrell D'Souza, seconded by Trustee Bria Corbett. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item 7 is the, we do
Through the
not
chair,
have,
declaration of interest.
do we have one here for session?
Excuse
We
me.
do have one.
Through the chair, there are 2
on
items
L.
on the in-camera agenda
Yes.
that are potential declared interest items for trustees. Item L1A 8A and 8B, and item 5A.
So we do have declared interest items. So everybody, Trustee Bruno Yanica.
Those items, Madam Chair, have family members who will act on 2026.
You, Trustee Maria Pascucci. Trustee Stefano Pascucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Same items. I have a family member who's part of Electa.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? Okay. Got it, Cindy? Thank you. Item number 7 is the approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting, April 23, 2024. No.
Less the declared interest item?
That's the declared interest item, just a correction in the agenda. It says 3034, but it should be 2024, including the business arising from the minutes. Could I have a mover, please? Moved by trustee Darrell D'Souza, seconded by trustee Herman Veloria. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. The approval of the minutes of the special board meeting on April 23, 2024. Could I have a mover, please? Moved by trustee Sean Xavier, seconded by trustee Anisha Thomas. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Madam Director.
Through the chair, good evening, everyone, and I'm pleased to present our pastor's remarks this evening by Monsignor Shields, and of course, this being the month of Mary, the focus of his address to us this evening is our Blessed Mother.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb, Jesus.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Let us praise our Lord Jesus Christ, who loved us and gave himself to us. We gather together in faith and devotion, united to our Lord Jesus under the protection of the Blessed Virgin Mary. And we humbly implore the incomparable and unfailing help of Mary, Mother of God and Mother of the Church. We pray that we may be endowed with the wisdom and trust to ask her for her powerful intercession and the courage to seek her in every distress. May we be ready to welcome all the heavenly graces of divine consolation that her Immaculate Heart obtains for us. My friends, there are many questions we can ask about our Blessed Mother. Who was Mary? What is her role in Christ's life? What is her role in our lives today? There is no one key to answer Mary. The wonder, the mystery, and the beauty of any person is his or her complexity. And so it was and is with Mary. A Mary spirit is not a personality type, no. Having a Mary spirit is about our attitude toward God, who wants to do things in our lives. The spirit behind our response to God makes all the difference. Mother Mary displayed a willing spirit when she told the angel Gabriel, "Let it be done to me, according to your word." So Mary's choice was God. It was a choice she made freely, and God always seems to use the most unlikely people in the most unusual ways to perform his most perfect will. Here you are this evening as trustees, giving your time and talents to God and working together for our students and teachers and staff, and bringing your thoughts and concerns for Catholic education and how important a mission it is to live the Catholic way of life. Mary, our Blessed Mother, guide you and offer her strength and love to you for these noble moments you spend together. And may God indeed bless you all this evening.
Gentle
Thank you, Madam Director. Kindly express our gratitude to Monsignor Shields. We really appreciate that blessing. Thank you. Next item in our agenda, please.
Through the chair, we're moving to section C, which is awards and presentations. And this evening, I am so pleased to recognize teacher Leslie Fountain and members of her team from Father Michael Gates Catholic Secondary School, whose video won first prize in the annual Dominican Friars Interfaith Video Contest. We're blessed to have Leslie and her team here with us this evening. Joining Leslie are students Joshua Ross and Gustavo Santana, as well as Principal Sharon Allegretto and Vice Principal Equi Odazor. Before we call them forward to be recognized, we want to play their video clip for you.
Scrolling through curated desires where reality is not what it seems. Comparison spread, self-hate, pixels showcasing superficial dreams. Living up to the expectations of others, life through filters, influencers, and memes.
Mocked for your differences, ridiculed for no reason. They torment you, block your way, they do this every day. Invisible scars cut deep within, a battle, a feeling you can't win.
Indifferent, couldn't care less. Neglect, leaving behind a dreadful mess. No consideration, trail of waste, earth's beauty being erased. Litter dropped without a thought, leaving messes to be caught.
No need to change, just be true. In self-love, you'll find a breakthrough. Accepting all that you are, find the courage to share your talents near and far.
Friends step in your time of need, breakthrough from darkness, a friend indeed. As disciples, their actions arise to help you through harsh times. In unity, you'll endure, for kindness wins, right and sure.
Work together side by side, sustaining the environment fresh and fair. One earth, God-given, we must care. Earth's beauty thrives, in our embrace it survives.
Believe in change.
Believe in change.
Believe in change.
So please join me in welcoming Leslie and her team members as they come forward to be recognized by the Board of Trustees. And I would ask the Board of Trustees to come down for a photo opportunity. Our
Item-
second presentation this evening is recognition of second place winner in the Dominican Friars Youth Interfaith Video Contest. Student Trinity Narty, Alicia Kachui, and team from St. Roch Catholic Secondary School. So this evening, we are pleased to recognize the students from St. Roch Catholic Secondary School whose video won second prize in the annual Dominican Friars Interfaith Video Contest. We are again so very pleased to have Trinity and Alicia here with us this evening. And joining them are Vice Principal Nadine Dornford and teacher Mario Antognetti. My apologies, Mario. Before we call them forward to be recognized, we want to play their video clip for you.
Here, take one and pass it on. You may have heard the simple saying before: the ability to receive and give to another person. But what happens when what we receive causes pain? How do we power through the times of darkness? How do you turn suffering into greatness? It's quite simple, actually. Be the change you want to see. Because, in a time where the world needs more love and compassion than ever, choose kindness. It is the most important action that has the greatest power.
Please join me in welcoming Trinity and Alicia and the St. Roch team as they come forward to be recognized by the Board of Trustees.
Next item in
Through the
agenda.
chair, C3 is a proclamation. It's the recognition of National Indigenous History Month, Filipino Heritage Month, Italian Heritage Month, Portuguese Heritage Month, all of these at Dufferin Peel. Whereas the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board is located in the jurisdictions of Peel Region and Dufferin County, home to populations of persons from around the world, including Indigenous peoples, persons of Italian, Filipino, and Portuguese descent. And whereas in 2009, the Government of Canada declared June as National Aboriginal Month and June 21st as National Aboriginal Day, and subsequently in 2017, the Government of Canada officially changed these designations to National Indigenous Peoples History Month and National Indigenous Peoples Day. And whereas in 2018, the Government of Canada proclaimed the month of June as Filipino Heritage Month and June 12th as Philippine Independence Day. And whereas in 2010, the Government of Ontario proclaimed the month of June as Italian Heritage Month. And in 2017, the Government of Canada also declared the month of June as Italian Heritage Month across Canada. And whereas in 2001, the Government of Ontario proclaimed June 10 as Portugal Day and the month of June as Portuguese History and Heritage Month. And additionally, in 2017, the House of Commons of Canada officially designated June as Portuguese Heritage Month. And whereas Indigenous peoples, Filipinos, Italians, and Portuguese Canadians have contributed to enriching the diversity and social fabric, not only in this region of Ontario, but also across Canada. And whereas the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board has students from each of these communities enrolled in its school, be it resolved that the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board proclaim June as National Indigenous Peoples History Month, Filipino Heritage Month, Italian Heritage Month, and Portuguese Heritage Month, with schools encouraged to recognize and celebrate as appropriate through various educational, cultural, and religious activities. Be it further resolved that the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board proclaim June 2nd as Italian National Day, June 10 as Portuguese Heritage Day, June 12th as Filipino Heritage Day, and June 21 as National Indigenous Peoples Day.
Thank you, Madam Director. The next item is the proclamation of Father's Day 2024.
Through the chair, yes, and this is new this year, and we will on an annual basis in April of every year bring forward a proclamation for Mother's Day, but in May we'll bring forward a proclamation for Father's Day. Whereas Saint Joseph, as the patron saint of fathers entrusted by God to tenderly nurture his son Jesus, our Lord and Savior, along with the Blessed Virgin Mary, models the importance of parenting. And whereas fathers are loved and respected in their vocation to protect, guide, nurture, and teach their children, and whereas fathers strive to provide unconditional love for their children, encouraging them to use and develop their God-given gifts, and whereas the third Sunday of June is designated Father's Day in Canada, therefore be it resolved that in honor of the fathers, grandfathers, and all who exemplify the loving qualities of a faith-filled father in our lives, that Father's Day will be recognized June 16, 2024 in the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board.
Thank you.
Through the chair, we're now moving to section D, which are delegations. In our first delegation this evening, we welcome Margina David, who's here to delegate regarding the relocation of the Secondary International
May I remind everyone that we do want you to please respect the meeting. Thank you. Welcome, Miss David. Did I get it right, Miss David?
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome and thank you. I do have some guidelines to read before you proceed. Welcome and thank you for your delegation to this regular board meeting. I will review a few points to the rules and process related to delegations. You will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. This will be timed, which is over there at the corner. We will signal you when there is 1 minute remaining. If you intend to use or begin to use the name, title, position of a staff member or members, or any personal or other information with respect to another person, including a member of the board or committee, or a pupil or their parent or guardian, I will rule that you must address the committee of the whole in an in-camera session. Delegates can be critical of board decisions or make submissions with respect to a recommendation or decision. However, I will rule that your delegation is out of order and end the delegation if either of the following occurs. One, the information in your oral speech is significantly different than the written speech provided. And two, your speech notes and/or other materials contain, or if you begin to use language that constitute an invasion of privacy, breach of confidentiality, defamation of character, or is obscene, or discrimination against an individual or group of individuals based on a protected ground under the Ontario Human Rights Code. Once you have completed your presentation, trustees will be given an opportunity to ask you questions of clarification related to your presentation. Once questions of clarification from trustees are completed, your role in the delegation will be concluded, and you'll be asked to leave the podium and take your seat in the gallery. At that point, trustees may choose to debate the issue and may ask questions of staff. It is important to be aware that a decision may not be made on the issue at this meeting. If there are no questions, you may proceed with your delegation. Do you have any questions so far?
For now, no, thank you.
Okay, well, you can proceed with your delegation.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marzena David, and I am a group representative of all concerned parents. I'm going to speak about why the relocation of secondary John Cabot School is a bad idea. The Mississauga population in 2021 was over 7,100 people. The GTA population in 2022 was a little over 6,300,000 people. Polish people make up over 5% of population in Mississauga. Did you know that the John Cabot School has been a Polish secondary school for over 20 years? Over a number of years, it was known to be the biggest Polish high school in the GTA. However, after COVID, John Cabot is the only Polish high school in GTA. As you can see on the map, John Cabot, the Colby Church, and St. Pio are all within a 3 to 7 minute distance. With the proposed ideal location would be around 13 minutes distance. This is a quite difference. The location of John Cabot was selected because of the elementary school location, as well as the location of the Church Maximilian Kolbe. The Polish Cultural Center, John Paul II, is located next to the church. Here, youth attend many activities such as church volunteering, Saturday prayer groups, youth activity groups, Polish folk dances classes, math tutoring classes, and many more programs. Maximilian Kolbe is the biggest Polish church outside of Poland. Here are some facts. Out of 35 million people living in Canada, in 2016, over 1 million of those people were in Polish origin. In all of Canada, most Polish people are situated in Mississauga. This is over 43,000 people of the Mississauga population. I would like to highlight that the St. Pio Polish Elementary School is not only the biggest Polish elementary school in Canada, but in all North America. Over 99% of the students that graduated from grade 8 plan to attend to John Cabot. Many parents have children attending to both schools, St. Pio and John Cabot. The location of John Cabot is currently makes it very easy and accessible for parents to pick up, drop off their children. Only this year, last week, 56 kids graduated from St. Pio. In addition, we have 3 other Polish elementary schools in GTA. 29 other students have also graduated. Those students are also planning to attend John Cabot in September. We are talking about 85 Polish future students. The new proposed location would be able to accept only 30 students, which is 1 class per grade. We need around 2 to 3 classes per grade. We don't have any other option as the next Polish school is located in Hamilton. In addition to that, in 2023-2024 school year, John Cabot opened its doors to Ukrainian students. Most of them left with no way to transportation or getting to school. This location was also convenient for Ukrainian people as it was the close proximity to the Ukrainian church, 2 minutes from school. With the proposed idea, the Ukrainian school would be moved even further to Brampton, around 21 kilometers away from John Cabot. The Ukrainian community is growing rapidly. They are also very concerned. I have more information about the recent study and how knowing the second language is important, but I see that I don't have so much time. So I will go. This is, for example, the picture of the graduation kids from the grade 12, this current year. We did the petition. We have over 1,000 signatures of the concerned people in entire GTA area. And we have many letters from different institutions that they would like to support our idea. We had only 1 week to speak with other people about the problem that we are facing. We have letter from Polish Teacher Association in Canada. We have a letter from Canadian Polish Congress. We have a letter from our Polish consulate in Toronto. In addition, we have Ukrainian Canadian School Board letter and Ukrainian Canadian Congress. So this is what we have, and we would like to thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. David. Are there any questions of clarification to the delegate? Trustee Mary Pascucci.
Sure, I get this organized here properly. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. Currently, I understand the school is going to be, well, currently it's at John Cabot. The plan is to move it up to St. Joseph's. I was advised that in fact there is a substantial number of individuals live closer to St. Joseph's than they do to John Cabot. You know that for a fact?
No, this is not about the location. The problem is that in location between, there's a lot of parents that they have kids in both St. Pio, which is elementary school, and most of the kids that they are going to the John Cabot, the kids are coming from the St. Pio. So I showed you like on the photo, those 56 kids, yes, they just graduated last Saturday from St. Pio. So all those kids, they supposed to go to the John Cabot, and that used to be for over 20 years. It was exactly the scenario. Many parents, they still have younger kids that they have to manage, and they have to, transport in between elementary school and the high school. So the distance, seven minutes that I showed you guys, it was like the best for over 20 years. This worked the best. In addition, the Polish Center and the church that we have lots of activities over there, it's located 3 minutes from the John Cabot. So basically it's a walking distance. Another problem that we are facing is that when the school will be moved over to the new location, we will be facing the problem with only 1 class per grade, which is not acceptable because currently we have 2 to 3 classes per grade. In addition to that, this year, that it says in my presentation, the school, the John Cabot, opened doors for Ukrainian students, which is the same story. There is only 2 minutes in between the John Cabot and the Ukrainian church, which is located on Kaftra and Burnamtrop. So it's basically the same location as the Polish church. This is the first year for Ukrainian community, and they are coming, and this community is growing, so the more kids would like to take advantage of that new location.
Am I correct when I say that, in fact, Peel Board does not have an international language program?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the
Does
question.
Peel Board have Peel Public or separate school, or public school across the street? Do they have an international program with the Polish language?
I don't know anything about the public. Nothing. The only school that it only survived, I live myself in Etobicoke, my kids coming from Etobicoke to Mississauga because we have no school in Etobicoke. There is no school in Brampton, there is no school in Milton, Oakville, and other places. I have a friend that she's coming from Burlington to Mississauga because after the COVID, all the schools, one by one, was closed. I'm talking about the high schools.
Have you approached Toronto Public, Toronto separate, York Public, York separate, and Peel Public?
No, we are here in Dufferin Peer Board, and for many years, our kids automatically from St. Pio, they went to John Cabot. And there is a very important thing because there is like also not only school, but it's also relationship. Many kids from the photo that I showed you, they started in the grade like, 1 or even when they were 4 years old, and they travel through many years from like 1st grade to 8th grade and automatically to the 9th grade. So they know each other for 14 years. So this used to be like that, and we are hoping that this will stay like that because we don't understand why is the reason that you guys are planning to change that. Polish community is very strong, and it's 5% of the community in Mississauga.
I'd like to suggest at this point, I was one of the trustees, there's another trustee at this table, who supported the idea of working with the community, Polish community, about 2 years ago, in terms of moving, looking at St. Vincent de Paul, the whole catchment area. Just want you to be aware of that. Why would you not go to the other boards?
I am here, I'm talking.
Silence, please. Silence, please.
Like I said.
We cannot hear your representative. Silence, please.
Like I said, most of the people that they attend to school, they sending kids to school, to the daily school, and they're Catholic school. They pay property taxes and they direct their taxes toward Catholic Peel Board. Automatically, if they will move the kids to the public board, they will change the direction and they will move the money and the money will go to the public board. I don't know if everyone over here would like to have less funds in their pockets. What I would like to say, I hope I didn't say anything, I didn't say anything wrong. What I would like to say is most of the kids that they are over here, they go to daily school. Also, this is Catholic school. So they continue the same way for the Saturday secondary school. They pay property taxes because they live in Mississauga and their property taxes are directed to the Catholic board. If they will try and they will change that direction, the money will go to the public school. Automatically, if they will go to the public school, there will be less money for everyone over here. I'm right?
Oh, you're wrong.
May I continue,
Okay,
Madam Chair?
Mario, quiet, please. This is my second warning, please. We can't even hear your representative, so we would like to listen and understand everything. Thank you.
The reason I'm asking questions is if you want an answer tonight, I'll look at it. If not, the answer is no. Full stop.
Are you done?
No, I'm not, Madam Chair.
Okay.
You made an interesting comment. The taxes, these are Toronto taxes. How many individuals come from Toronto, Peel, from Peel?
So far that I know, there's only few people.
How many? Do you have a
Most
percentage, maybe?
from Toronto, maybe, I don't know, maybe 2%. Most of the people that they sit over there and most of the people and the kids that they attend to school are kids from Mississauga. The only reason that I am there and my kids are there because my kids are the part of the youth group in the church, Mississauga church. I'm attending regularly to that church. My younger daughter is singing in the choir and we feel the community of Mississauga. Even if I myself live in Etobicoke, I feel like I am part of Mississauga. But I'm telling you, speaking about the numbers, I know numbers are important. 99% of the people in Pio and the John Cabot, they are from Mississauga. They pay taxes in Mississauga.
Okay. My question, I'm going to ask one question now, and then I'm going to go back to the chair and she can contact other individuals, but I have some more follow-up questions. Is the name Copernicus the name of the school?
I'm sorry?
Copernicus, is that the name of the school? Is Copernicus the name of-
Copernicus, yes.
Okay, can I ask you a question now? This is offside. That's an insult. As far as I'm concerned, that is a Dufferin Peel property. It's not to be renamed. We have a bylaw, rules and regulations of what schools should be contacted and called what. I'm offended that you have put a name on there that is not a name that's been vetted by your own protocol.
I'm sorry, where I put that name?
I'm just asking, is there a St. Copernicus or is there a Copernicus?
No, we use Saint Pio
Okay,
everywhere.
that's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, everywhere on the presentation was Saint Pio, and this is everywhere we putting the application for the next school year. It's only Saint Pio.
That's why I'm asking clarity. Madam Chair, I'm going to stop for a second, let somebody else.
Thank you. Stefano Pascucci, to this point.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
To this point, I was contacted by a member of the MPP's office. I was provided the change.org petition. On there, it said Nicholas Copernicus Polish Language School, brackets St. Pio. I think that's where Trustee Mario Pascucci was coming from. My concern is similar to his, where the school has essentially been looked at as being renamed as Nicholas Copernicus and then a St. Pio after. So my concern is that the public, which is seeing this information, is thinking that we've changed the school's name, even though the school's name still says St. Pio.
No, I'm sorry. Can I just explain maybe how this has happened? As you said in the bracket, it was the Saint Pio because when our petition was organized, it was just for the people. So you should understand that we recognize that school as the Saint Pio because if the petition was sent, how people will recognize the school? We didn't use the Polish name like you said, or the Mario said. No, it was the Saint Pio just to bring to people attention that we are talking about Saint Pio Elementary School.
It's not the way it looks like on the petition, which I'm looking at right now. But I appreciate the time. Thank you very much for your answer on that one.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Question?
Been on the board some 42 years. I was the trustee 42 years ago who made the motion saying we include international language within their system. So there's a softness for the community. There's no question about it. But the question was at that time, we said to each other as trustees 42 years ago, this program will run on a basis of no cost to the board. The government gives us taxes, and please, Madam Director, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to be asking you a question later on. As I understand it, what comes in goes out. Now more money is added to it because in fact, this is a cost recovery course, a program. And because it's a cost recovery program, it has to follow at zero cost. In other words, no cost to the general community. Yes, you pay taxes, I respect that, but that also pays for the textbooks. It pays for turning on a school or to opening a school, et cetera, and having events, et cetera. So the question I have to ask is this. The idea of a cost per unit, cost per student, I know it's some $6,000, $7,000 for a teacher, $24,000 to run a school, et cetera. Where am I going to get the money? You want books or do you want school?
Okay, may I ask some question?
Please.
Okay, just so you know, for your information, the photo that showed the graduation, it wasn't organized by the board. I did myself with other parents. The board didn't put any penny for the graduation and anything except print report card. That's it. Another situation is that there is no textbook that you're talking about. We didn't receive any textbook. My daughter, everything is strictly on the Google Slides and is on the computer. That's it. Another question is, if this is only related to Polish language, how you will explain other 12 language courses that you're planning to put into one building, how you will run those courses if you don't have any funds for our school, how you will run the other language courses if you don't have funds for them as well?
That's a very good question. And what I'm going to do is I'll transfer that over to staff at the appropriate time. I suggest you wait until it comes up. But thank you. That's a very good question.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of clarification? Seeing none, I thank you, Ms. Dawid, for your presentation, and you may now go back to the gallery.
I'm sorry, may I just ask one question?
Cannot ask questions.
Okay, I would like to know when we can expect any decision or what is the next step?
We do not make decisions at this meeting, so we will let you know when that decision arrives.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, oh, sorry, I apologize.
Are there any questions of, you may now leave the podium. Thank you so much. Thank you. Are there any questions to the staff? Trustee Maria Pascucci?
You to staff, Madam Director. To
Okay,
you, the
reminder
staff.
again, please.
Madam Director.
Guests from the gallery, please be reminded, you need to be quiet so you could hear what we're talking about. Thank you. Okay.
Madam Director, what area is the school running on a somewhat close to the cost recovery basis?
Through the chair, if we continue to run the separate sites, we will begin to lose money because we're seeing a steady decline in enrollments in international language. So generally in 2021, we had an overall enrollment of 489. In 2022, that dropped to 392. In 2023 to 386. To 2024, 359. And it's currently projected to drop further. This is the reason why we're consolidating sites to ensure that we can run our international programs on a cost recovery basis. I would like, though, to address the concern that there wouldn't be enough sections of the Polish language or enough classes being offered at St. Joseph's. We can expand the program if there's enough enrollment to warrant expansion of the program. There's room at St. Joseph's and there's room to expand if we get more enrollment. Currently, we have 32 students that are already enrolled in the program that will be offered through St. Joseph's. And our own research would suggest that of the 81 students that have expressed an interest in the program, 43% of them live closer to John Cabot and 57 of them live closer to St. Joseph's Secondary.
So there's more students living closer to St. Joseph's than Cabot, is that correct?
That's correct, who are interested in the program.
Okay, question, Madam Chair. If you, Madam
Go ahead,
Director,
Mario.
So recognizing how many students, this sort of takes us off topic here for a second. How many students have we declined in the last, our regular school year, 1,200, 1,800 in the last few years? You have a number on that?
Are you talking about enrollment in our
overall.
international language
No,
programs?
no, overall in the school board,
Oh,
1,800 or something like that.
about 10,000 students we've declined over 8 to 10 years. We've lost about 10,000 students.
So what we're trying to do here, the way I understand it, is taking these available funds that we have, run on a cost recovery basis, one school here, one school north, so that in fact there's efficiencies.
More central, so that it's more central for all parents in Mississauga, all parents from Brampton, etc. And St. Joseph's is a larger school, so it gives us the opportunity to expand further as interest expands.
I'd like to ask the community, and I can't ask them now because the fact is that they're sitting down. Call your MPP. They're the ones that hold my money, our tax money, as you so include. If you don't call the MPP, they're going to get a free ride on this. Call them and we will support what we can in terms of telling, getting the numbers properly. Fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, yes, we don't want to make anyone inconvenienced. I ran as a trustee 42 years ago in the exclusive right to stand for heritage language. I lost my election the second time, but I came back at roaring and we won it. But the fact of the matter is that there was a time, there is still a time, that you still want children to talk to their grandparents in their native languages. I have no problem with that. I'm in agreement 100%. But at the end of the day, I can't go over cost run. I don't care what anybody says, because the fact is what money we've lost. And if I can ask you, Madam Chair, Madam Director, 10,000, how many dollars is that equivalent to? Ballpark.
Through the chair, we'll have to put that in issues and events. It would depend from year to year
Oh, yes,
what the
okay.
GSNs were at that time.
Okay, so the GSN's the grant for
They're
student
not
needs.
necessarily stable. Now they're called core education funding.
That's right. So I request, and if you want me to come on the meeting, I'll come in the meeting. The fact is that your MPP has to go to the table and say, Minister of Education, we need more money, period. We have a number of people who live in this community, yes. But I have their money to protect, like everybody else around this table, as much as to protect their money as to protect my own money and protect the public purse. The fact at the end of the day, we can't afford it. And if anybody says we can, great. Just tell us where. We'll be able to get you the numbers if you're interested. But if you're interested in talking to the MPP, I'll be there. Thank you.
Are there any other questions of clarification to the staff? Student trustee Nathan Nguyen.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Question to staff, have we consulted the Polish community with moving the school to St. Joseph?
Through the chair, we would have advised the communities, all the communities for international languages, where the programs will be located. Like the board makes decisions based on the resources that are available around where programs are located.
Yeah, I just found it interesting because I know that during the delegation, it was presented that a large portion of the Polish community has the church like 3 minutes away from the school, right? So even though we have families that are nearby or more nearby St. Joseph, I think it's still more important for us to consider talking to the families of any of the international schools so that we can understand what works best for them.
Through the chair, through the chair, based on an address scan of current students enrolled in secondary international language programs, the following data was determined. 18% reside outside of Mississauga. 15% reside outside of Dufferin-Peel entirely. And as I've referenced, of the 81 students that reside in Mississauga, 43% live closer to John Cabot. It's also important to note that these centers don't just offer one international language program. We also offer Korean, Cantonese, Croatian, Arabic, Portuguese. So based on that research and based on ensuring that we don't have cost overruns, the decision was made to centralize the site to make it accessible, reasonably accessible to all.
Thank you.
Trustee Mary Pascucci, to this point.
Could you please repeat those numbers when you're talking about Dufferin-Peel and Toronto?
The addresses of current students that are currently enrolled in it, 18% reside outside of Mississauga, 15% reside outside of Dufferin-Peel entirely, and 81 of the 81 students that reside in Mississauga, so of the students that reside in Mississauga, 43% live closer to John Cabot, and 57% live closer to St. Joseph's.
Between a rock and a hard place. The ministry wants us to do X with Y. That's it. And now we have a situation. We have the number was 6% or 3% was said earlier at the podium, I believe. Now we're hitting ourselves at 14% or 12%, whatever that number is, which is substantially even double. So I've got a concern here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Herman Valoria.
Yes, I have a question for staff. Just for clarification, the funding for these international languages comes from the ConEd. So that's based on attendance and not on residence, right?
Through the chair, that's correct. It's based on enrollment. Yes.
So it doesn't matter whether they come from Burlington, Toronto, wherever in the province, actually. If they attend here, then we get paid.
Yes, through the chair, that's correct. But as we've referenced, because we've had to consolidate programs that we can't run, there's not enough students to warrant two separate sites and all the costs associated with it. So you consolidate it into one and you consolidate it into a more central location, which I appreciate and understand that if you are coming from Toronto, you're now doing an extra 9-kilometer drive. Approximately 9 kilometers from John Cabot to St. Joseph's.
Thank you.
Thank you, Herman.
Wait
have,
for some,
uh,
no, put me on the line. That's all.
Okay. Student trustee Nathan Nguyen.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, I just want to go back to the numbers that were given to us. Most specifically, you said of the 81 students in Mississauga, 43% live closer to John Cabot and 57% live closer to St. Joseph. And to me, that doesn't seem like much of a large disparity, especially when considering that there's like other factors aside from addresses, right? The Polish community has established an entire community by the church. And even the presentation I'm looking at, there's testimonies that are saying, my younger brother is still in St. Pio and they want to be able to finish their Polish high school, right? And so they've had a community here for the last 20 years. And what I'm asking for is, whenever we make a decision, I'd like for us to contact and consult the stakeholders.
Through the chair, the stakeholders were advised of this decision a number of months ago. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Trustee Maria Pascucci.
Begs the
Oh,
question.
sorry, okay.
So I know you have.
So can I allow
Please,
the others?
please,
Okay,
Madam Chair.
trustee Bruno Anica, followed by trustee Nomar and trustee Stefano Pascucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The move to St. Joe's, was it just because of the size of the school?
Through the chair, it was because we can't continue to operate two sites in Mississauga, so we had to consolidate our sites. So in consolidating their sites, we looked for a more central school and the fact that St. Joseph's is a larger school and also looking at the addresses.
I understand the consolidation, I understand the costing. So if we were to have moved or kept the Polish language at John Cabot, then there would be another group of parents coming to voice their concern that we're shutting down the St. Joe's and moving it to John Cabot.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Stefano Pascucci.
Thank you very much. To you, Madam Chair, to the staff. Currently, as it stands now, not next year or any other year, how many languages are at Cabot? Just, if you don't have the information.
Through the chair, my recollection is 3, but I'll have to get
This is the staff,
confirmation
please.
of that.
Sorry?
Through the chair, my recollection is 3 languages being offered at Cabot, but I'll have to get confirmation of that.
Okay, and then roughly how many classes would that be taking up at John Cabot?
And through the chair, again, I'll have to get, so I'm correct that it was 3 languages that were being offered at Cabot. I'm not sure how many classrooms it would have used up. But we did offer Vietnamese, Ukrainian, and Polish. But I can get that information for you. I just don't have it.
If I remember correctly, also there was the Indigenous language program too, right? So there's 4 instead of 3?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. So
Oh, sorry, yes, 7 classes is what
7
I'm being
7
told.
classrooms
Yeah,
for all languages?
for the classes that are being offered currently at at John Cabot,
So for the four languages, 7 classes.
correct.
And I'm going to go a little further now. And unfortunately, this is ad hoc questions here. How many rooms does John Cabot have? Classrooms. Okay.
Sounds good enough.
I'm sorry, I don't have.
No,
that
no, no,
number.
I wouldn't expect you to have the answer to that question, because I don't even know how many rooms I have in my house without counting them when I walk around. To heat a building like that, obviously we have to heat it on the weekends anyways, or cool on the weekends, whatever it is. You know, my concern is the $24,000 we have to keep that school open for 7 classes. That, and I've been in that class, in that school, that is one of my schools that I represent. And I know the ground floor alone has more than 7 classes. So that's concerning how we would be spending government money where they're asking us to cut money, where they're squeezing us as much as possible. And they're always saying that they're giving us more money than ever before in education. But when you look at the numbers, if inflation is 7%, you're giving me 4%. I'm still 3% behind. So the question then to student trustee that asks those questions about funding and consultation, where am I going to find $24,000 plus 7 teachers at $6,000 a teacher? The question, you posed a question asking us to look at, to you, Madam Chair, to look at consulting. But when the actual stakeholders, yes, they are the taxpayers. Guess what? Taxpayers pay the government. The government gives us the money. The ultimate stakeholder is the government that is telling us what to do with the money. So as Trustee Mary Pascucci mentioned, to the public back there, if you have a concern about how things are being run, speak to your MPP. Ask him for more funds. Again, 7% inflation, 3% extra in money, you're still 4% behind. Plus the carbon tax, plus everything else that is not being funded by the government. How can we expect to be spending $24,000 per weekend at 7 teachers at $6,000 per teacher in order to keep a school open when the government is telling us to cut back where we are? So that is my concern. I understand that it's not everybody's going to be happy. Doesn't matter if I support it or not, but the government is telling us that we have to find funds and we have to cut funds somehow, and we have to do this properly. So find me 24,000 times 25 weekends plus 7,000 times 25 weekends, and then maybe we can look at it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Mary Pascucci.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Respectfully, the fact is, and I understand the student trustee suggested what he said, but we got to take a look at things at 10,000 meters. We can't do it at the ground floor, full stop. We had an annual general meeting recently down in Niagara Falls, once every 4 years we go away. Wow. The fact of the matter is that the resolutions that were put out by boards right across the province, and pardon me for answering this, but this is consideration for this whole issue. I'll tell you who said it. Simcoe Muskoka, school air conditioning improvement, school renewal allocations. They need roofs, windows, asphalt, parking, and hard surface play area. Yes, you're gonna have to hear some of these, I'm sorry. Trustee honoraria, we make $18,000 a year here. That's so that you know, so you can take as much as you want. We're now lobbyists. Fact of the matter is, I will be speaking to these later on, Madam Chair, I can assure you. The idea of teacher shortage, additional funds to address networking needs and cybersecurity funding. These are issues that we as a student association, the Ontario School Trustees Association, 29 Catholic boards in the province of Ontario said, we want the minister to respond to these. This is unearned money, this is money that's not been given to us. And by the way, just to stop for a second, call me. Tomorrow, I'm going to call your MPP, I can assure you. Grants for student needs does not provide sufficient funding for the board administrative governance. Increased funding for temporary accommodation allocation. Additional ministry funding to inadequately fund sick and leave plans. Accessibility for Ontario's AOADA. Inflexibility of GS funding. These are motions, just to repeat myself, these are motions that are going to be sent to our political lobby in separate school trustee association and say, hey, Mr. Minister, we want to talk about something here. I agree with you 100%, but the fact of the matter is, where am I going to take to give? Safety schools, security clearance, security cameras, speech and language pathologist funding, international language elementary program. Let me read this. This is important, okay? This is one of the motions. International Language Elementary Program is taught to thousands of students on the same boards, including Toronto Catholic. Program has been operating for more than 45 years in Toronto. Cognitive benefits of learning languages other than includes improving your memory, critical thinking, problem solving, enhancing concentration, ability to multitask, better listening skills, and better performance in other areas. In today's connected world, proficiency in other languages is a vital skill. This is coming from Toronto Catholic. Motion number is Resolution 15-24, if you're interested in following it through. Parents, educators, and advocates of international language know that children need more, not fewer learning skills to compete in the global marketplace. The province of Ontario no longer funds international language elementary programs. Let me repeat that. The province of Ontario no longer funds the international language elementary program. This was the motion put out by Trustee Rizzo and Trustee Tonam. Ontario, let me just go back. The government of Ontario provided $750,000 to GTA Catholic District School Boards last month to support international program or Italian program. No funding is being directed to Toronto Catholic District School Board to date, and no funding was received by the province of Ontario and the government of Italy due to changes of this particular policy. Oxtail requests the government of Ontario to reinstate and, I'll repeat, to reinstate and fund international language elementary programs in school programs, et cetera. So my suggestion, and I'm not going to go any further, you want, I can. My suggestion is, you know something? They're opening it up. They're opening it up where they're saying there is money, we want to give this, et cetera. Okay, fine. Let's see what we have. We as association are going to go forward and say, we want X dollars. You know what they're going to say? No. So my suggestion, I apologize, Mr. Chairman, I apologize to everybody around this table. Thank you for your patience. I really appreciate your enthusiasm. Tomorrow, I'll call your MPP. Then we'll go from there. I ask you to call your MPP on your own, go yourself. I'll go for myself, and because I can't speak for, sorry, I can't speak for her, but for him. The fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, we got to move this thing forward. We have a situation called dollars. Stop.
Thank you. Are there any questions of clarifications to the staff? Seeing none. Next item, Madam Director.
Through the chair, our second delegation this evening is student M. Schmidt. He's delegating on the March for Life in Ottawa and pro-life education.
Madam Director, I'm reading the guidelines again, right? Which one of them can I? Okay. Welcome, Mr. Smith. But before you start, again, I have to read the guidelines so we all know what the guidelines are. So welcome again and thank you for your delegation at this regular board meeting. I will review a few points related to the rules and process related to delegations. You will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Again, this will be timed. We will signal you when there is 1 minute remaining. If you intend to use or begin to use the name, title, position of a staff member or members, or any personal or other information with respect to another person, including a member of the board or committee, or a pupil, or their parent or guardian, I will rule that you must address the committee of the whole in an in-camera session. Delegates can be critical of board decisions or make submissions with respect to a recommendation or decision. However, I will rule that your delegation is out of order and end the delegation if either of the following occurs. The information in your oral speech is significantly different than the written speech provided. Your speech, notes, and/or other materials contain, or if you begin to use language that constitutes an invasion of privacy, breach of confidentiality, defamation of character, or is obscene, or discrimination against an individual or group of individuals based on a protected ground under the Ontario Human Rights Code. Once you have completed your presentation, trustees will be given an opportunity to ask you questions of clarification related to your presentation. Once questions of clarification from trustees are completed, your role in the delegation will be concluded and you will be asked to leave the podium and take your seat in the gallery. At that point, trustees may choose to debate the issue and may ask questions of staff. It is important to be aware that a decision may not be made on the issue at this meeting. If there are no questions, please proceed with your delegation. No questions? Thank you. Go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, all. My name is Mason Schmidt. I am 16 years old and a grade 11 student at Robert F. Hall in Caledon. I am a devout Catholic and my mother is a teacher in the school board. I attended the March for Life in Ottawa this month with two of my friends. Contrary to some people's impression and the media narratives, the march is much more than a protest or a demand to end abortion. We heard personal stories from women about their experiences with abortion. We heard about how euthanasia rates are soaring and how the government is pushing death on unborn babies and struggling Canadians instead of standing for life. Standing up for life is a principal Catholic value, but sadly, this is a topic that is not discussed or taught nearly as much as it should be. The issue of life and abortion specifically is one that affects many and it cannot be silenced any longer. Within our schools, other minority groups receive much more support, and this is visible in our hallways and classrooms. But when it comes to a Catholic cause, we cannot even fly a pro-life flag because it may offend someone or not be in alignment with their views. We must remember that we are a Catholic board and we attend Catholic schools. This should remind us that an issue such as abortion must be talked about. Students and teachers must be educated on this matter. As I mentioned a moment ago, I attended the march in Ottawa with two of my friends and classmates. However, this was not an easy thing to accomplish. We have tried to go on this trip through our school for the past 2 years now, being denied both years in a row. Let's rewind to March of 2023. We heard the school was organizing a trip to the March for Life. We reached out to our school chaplain to join his trip to Ottawa. The response that we received from him was that there were not enough spots on the bus for us three to join due to higher than expected interest. So come May of 2023, we were unable to find a way to Ottawa. We were disappointed, but we look forward to the next year. Fast forward to February of 2024, we sent an email to our chaplain regarding the trip. We made sure to give lots of notice to ensure we were granted spots on the bus this time around. He informed us that he was excited to see so much interest and that he was indeed organizing the trip. Come April, he made it public that the trip was happening and put it out to those who were interested. Many students, boys and girls, were interested in attending, but the trip was canceled. Not thinking much into why it was canceled, we decided to take this into our own hands and find a way to get to Ottawa, since this is a cause we are all passionate about. After pondering a few options, we reached out to Right to Life Mississauga to see if there were any spaces left on any buses. On May 9th, we were put on a bus full of parishioners from St. Leonard's in Brampton. Following the March for Life, I realized how important it is to ensure others are given the opportunity to attend, especially through schools. It is a Catholic moral duty to stand up for life, and it should not be as hard as it was for us to attend this event. And most importantly, it was more evident than it ever was to not be worried about being shamed or worrying about what others think of us standing up for this cause. We were even included in a picture posted on social media by 3 members of parliament, which include the leader of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh, as well as the MP for Whitby, Ryan Turnbull, and the MP for Kingston, Mark Gerritsen. These 3 MPs shamed us as anti-women, anti-choice, and accused us of trying to roll back women's rights. But after meeting with 2 pro-life MPs, Arnold Viersen and Kathy Wagenthal, they told us not to be afraid of the backlash and to always stand for what is right. This served as motivation to continue to fight abortion every step of the way. Now, we were left wondering why the 2024 trip to the March for Life was canceled. We heard that there was not enough interest. In my opinion, in fact, it appears that there is a lot of interest in these types of events, and I feel they would be well attended. We come from a small school in Caledon with about 1,500 students, so surely when it comes to schools that have 3 times the amount of students as ours, there would be plenty of enough interest to organize this trip. Media coverage of this subject and the March for Life has been biased, and that has only been made more clear after the 2024 event. Considering the subject of life receives little to no media coverage and little to no attention in our schools, we ask the board for help and to ensure that pro-life voices and causes are no longer canceled or silenced. Support and education on this matter need to be implemented in our schools, as there is a silent majority who share the same pro-life views, not to mention that it is morally the right thing to do. We need to hear the truth about abortion and view it through our Catholic lens, just in case someone close to us should be faced with these circumstances. We will not learn the truth about abortion through the media or through our government, so our hope is that the school board will help us and ensure it is taught right from a high school age before we move on to the next chapter of our lives. In conclusion, we ask the board to hear us and take our stories into consideration. We ask that the issue of life not be silenced any longer and that adequate coverage and education on abortion be established. I'm happy to answer any of your questions and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Are there any questions of the delegate? Questions of clarification? Trustee Stefano Pascucci?
Thank you very much for coming up and speaking. It takes a lot of courage to do so. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Just you mentioned there that there was when you first your friends and yourself emailed or spoke to the chaplain that there was a lot of and the chaplain mentioned that there was a lot of support, and all of a sudden there was no support. Were you provided any other details as to why? Was it a cost issue? Was it just that somebody just said, I'm not doing this anymore?
Yeah, so the reason uncovered was that when the trip was first announced, not many details were provided, but it was later announced that it would be an overnight trip, and that's when the interest kind of dropped,
Okay.
and that there was not enough to continue.
Okay, yeah, so that, and okay, now I understand why. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Trustee Herman Beloria, and followed by Trustee Paula. Paula, did you have a question? No? Okay. Bruno. Okay, so Trustee Herman Beloria, followed by Trustee Bruno Inica.
Just a follow-up question to Trustee Pascucci, Stefanos Pascucci's question. When it was decided to do an overnight trip, did the cost of the trip go up? How much were you being charged?
I'm not aware of the cost of the trip before or after. It was decided that it was an overnight trip, but I'm sure I can reach out to the school and get those details for you if you'd like. Follow up.
Okay, it happens that school trip like that doesn't have enough students for it to continue. But usually, if someone calls around the other schools who also are experiencing the same problem, you can have a full bus by consolidating the students from one school with the other school. Was that tried?
To my knowledge and understanding, no, it was not.
Done. Thank you. Trustee Bruno Inica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Schmidt, just with regards to something that you mentioned that really piqued my attention about being shamed. Can you repeat who did that shaming? I know I heard you say that you had a picture with your friends and had a picture with Mr. Singh and two other MPs, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were they the ones? Did I understand that correctly?
Are you asking in regards to being shamed as
Yes.
anti-women? Yeah, so in their tweets that they posted, that's what they were saying. They were saying the whole group as a whole held those views, and we were included in the picture they posted.
Okay. I am glad to see that other MPs have goodwill, have honesty and everything else, that because you did take another picture with somebody from pro-life. And I'm actually embarrassed for those people that did the shaming, because I think when they stand up at a pedestal and they talk about mental health and they talk about treating everybody with dignity and respect, maybe they should listen to what they're saying, because I find that despicable. So thank you for raising both. Because it opened my eyes on certain things. With regards to the question that Trustee Valoria talked about, the cost, I'm guessing that the cost of an overnight trip would have been the bus for another day. So if the bus cost was, for the sake of an argument, $100, it would have been $200, and then an overnight stay in a hotel, plus whatever meals that you would have had. Would you have been willing to leave early in the morning and come back late at night?
Yes, I would have been willing to, as long as there was an opportunity to attend the march itself, and that would certainly be a step up from.
And was that discussed at the school level with the chaplain?
I'm not quite sure on that. I can discuss with my chaplain and follow up with you on that. if you'd like.
I mean, I think staff would be able to follow up to find out what happened. I'm not sure, you know, you're not sure, and I'm definitely not sure because I wasn't there. But I thank you for your presentation. I listened intensely, and I do learn a lot when I hear delegations speak. So thank you very much for having the courage to stand up and explain your experience. So thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Are there any other questions of clarification to the delegate? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Are there any questions of clarification to the staff? Trustee Stefano Pascucci?
Thank you very much. Again, these questions couldn't be given to you ahead of time, so you wouldn't be able to possibly get an answer set up. How do most schools do this trip when they have the numbers to do this trip? Is it early in the morning, come late at night? Is it an overnight? I'm not looking at actual numbers, just 50, 50, 70,
Through the chair, historically, they've been day trips. I know that in early April, there was an email sent to all the principals, because typically what we do is we determine whether or not there's interest across all schools, to Trustee Valoria's point. And if there's enough for all schools, then we order a bus, we put a bus together. And so we did the same thing in terms of soliciting interest, but this would have been for a day trip. And there were really only two schools, one Mississauga School and RF Hall, that had indicated that there was interest, but the Mississauga School, those students, because their local parish was organizing an overnight, participated through their local parish. So that left approximately 11 students at RF Hall, who at that time, when they expressed interest, they thought it was going to be an overnight. But because there are different processes involved, because we've typically not done overnights, and when we do overnights, it's automatically 2 males, 2 females, ratios. Now you're adding in the cost of a hotel, the cost of who's going to supervise the students, what's the cost of supervising the students. And this had come actually kind of late in the game. So it was not feasible to pursue an overnight. And when students learned that it wasn't going to be an overnight, there was a significant drop off. So it wasn't that we wouldn't have supported or provided, there just was not enough interest to warrant a bus. Our hope is that next year that we will do our best to get that information out earlier, to solicit information about interest, if it is to be an overnight, to be upfront about what the costs are going to be to students so that they can fundraise or approach for sponsorship through their parishes. That would be our hope, so that we can support students who want to attend this event, whether it's a day trip or an overnight.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or clarification? Oh,
Madam Chair, I had another question. Thank you.
oh, you have another
Yeah,
question?
thank you. My mic was off for some reason. Don't know why. Thank you very much, Madam Director, for that information. Probably going to ask this. Well, I'm not going to ask this again, but I'll ask it this time. So I won't have to ask it in the next two. Can we reach out to our archdiocese and the priests and sorry, the churches in our jurisdiction, and just give them a heads up? Hey, listen, we have interested students as well. If we can't get a bus for ourselves, then obviously can we tack on to you so that we would have the ability to do so? And if we can also just look at to see what churches are doing as well. If a lot of churches are doing overnights, or if it's like a early morning, late night return as well. So maybe we can get those students who are okay with the overnight and get those students who are not okay with the overnight.
Through the chair, we'd be pleased to do that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Before Trustee Paula, to this point, Trustee Sean Xavier, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to Trustee Stefano Pascucci's point, when we look at our multi-year strategic plan, a major component is always the parish home school kind of relationship. And that being said, I think this is a great opportunity to work closely with our parishes to be able to assist our students if we have students that are interested in doing this march, to see if the parishes can also, like, we can work together to send students from our schools with the parish to go in any way. And if we can definitely work with the Archdiocese, I think that's a great opportunity to enhance that whole parish homeschool kind of thing.
Through the chair, couldn't agree with you more. We'll ensure that we follow up and bring that forward as a conversation.
So again, to follow up with the same point, is it to the same point?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I don't want to interrupt the question, but to the same, it might be even feasible for a setup of chaplains to have that conversation during that time, to say, okay, I've got a bus and 5 kids. I've got, and somebody else needs, well, I've got empty 10 spots. And they have that conversation amongst them, because it's usually the chaplain that makes the arrangements. Am I correct in that?
Through the chair, there's some central support around that, but the chaplain would take the lead at the school.
And maybe we can accommodate something with the chaplains so that it becomes something that they can discuss collectively amongst all of our secondary schools, and come up with added spots for somebody that may, like this young man and his 2 friends. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To this point again, Trustee Stefano Pascucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not to my point, but actually to the question that Trustee Brunica mentioned. And thank you, Trustee Paula, for allowing me to do this. The policy that we have in hand right now regarding the overnight trips with 2 males, 2 females, so on and so forth. And I don't have it in front of me right now, but does it set out that it has to be 2 males and 2 female teachers from the same school? Or it could be any teacher or chaplain or whatever it is?
Through the chair, they don't have to be through the same school, because in fact, with a trip like this, you would be pulling students from various.
That's what I wanted to
schools.
make sure. Thank you, Madam Director. I just want to make sure that we weren't going to hold that up because of the policy. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Paula Damacho Giovanazzi.
Thank you. And through the chair, I just have a question for Director Mazzaroto. You said you were going to be surveying the students. Can I ask you if the board could survey the students early next year, September, so that we can have numbers, and then also when you're surveying them, ask them if they want to do the overnight, give them a little bit of information on both scenarios, and see if they, if one gets canceled, do you want to do the alternative, and leave it open to them, and let's see what the demand is.
Through the chair, we'd be pleased to do that. And before that, we would engage with our local parishes to see what kind of possibilities in terms of working together to support any students that want to go on a day trip or an overnight. So we'll ensure that we have those conversations well before the new year so that we can survey the students very early on.
Thank you. And in speaking with my own parish priest, our community's way too small. The Knights of Columbus don't have the means to do this, but I am going to be actively talking to the Catholic Women's League and asking them for their sponsorship as well. Thank you.
Are there any other?
Just,
Trustee,
Madam Chair, I think Trustee Xavier raised a good point, the school, the home, and the church. I think, and Trustee Matteo Giovanazzi reminded me of the fact that some parishes, they only have half a bus. And some of our schools may only have half a bus. And it would be, I think that the parishioners would get a real hoot out of having some lively, let me rephrase that, some younger blood in the bus and have a good time. But it's a win-win scenario, because I don't know how many went from my parish, but if the buses were canceled at any parish because of the lack of, then our students would be more than collaborate, and it becomes now one bus. So I think that working collaboratively with our parish priests, chaplains, and of course the schools, it makes life easier to organize for the young men and women that want to go, and our parishioners.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of clarifications to the staff? Next item in the agenda, Madam Director.
Through the chair, we have a delegation by C. McMullen, and he's here to delegate on the March for Life in Ottawa and pro-life education.
Welcome. Welcome, Mr. McMullen. Before you proceed, I have to read through the guidelines again. I will review a few points related to the rules and process related to delegations. You will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. This will be timed. We will signal you when there is 1 minute remaining. If you intend to use or begin to use the name, title, position of a staff member or members, or any personal or other information with respect to another person, including a member of the board or committee, or a pupil or their parent or guardian, I will rule that you must address the committee of the whole in an in-camera session. Delegates can be critical of board decisions or make submissions with respect to a recommendation or decision. However, I will rule that your delegation is out of order and end the delegation if either of the following occurs. The information in your oral speech is significantly different than the written speech provided, your speech notes and or other materials contain, or if you begin to use language that constitutes an invasion of privacy, breach of confidentiality, defamation of character, or is obscene, or discrimination against an individual or group of individuals based on a protected ground under the Ontario Human Rights Code. Once you have completed your presentation, trustees will be given an opportunity to ask you questions of clarification related to your presentation. Once questions of clarification from trustees are completed, your role in the delegation will be concluded and you will be asked to leave the podium and take your seat in the gallery. At that point, trustees may choose to debate the issue and may ask questions of staff. It is important to be aware that a decision may not be made on the issue at this meeting. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, please proceed with your delegation.
My name is Caleb McMullen. I'm 16 years old, and I am a proud practicing Catholic who believes in God's sacred gift of life. I have 2 supportive parents, one of which is working for the Archdiocese of Toronto. I've been personally affected by abortion when I was 9 years old. My mother was carrying a baby sister with some health problems. My mom would unfortunately tell me the horror stories of how every single time she'd meet with a doctor, they try to convince her and offer her every option to have an abortion. Thankfully, my mother stayed strong and left the life in God's hands. Because she remained strong in her faith, my sister, Trinity Rose McMullen, was born into the world. I'm here to ask for your help from the board. Specifically, I'll be talking about why it's important to learn about world issues and how March for Life taught me that. As a student at a Catholic school, as well as someone who's been affected by life issues, I think it's really important for us as teenagers to learn about life issues that are a part of our faith, and attending March for Life is a great way to do that. The March for Life helps us understand really important and complex issues about life. It's not just about going to some random march. It's about learning why life is valuable from the moment it starts at conception. This helps us get a better understanding of what we believe in as Catholics and why. When we go to the March for Life, we see real world issues close up. It's different from reading about them in a textbook. We get to understand the real impact of these issues on people's lives, which helps us think more deeply and critically about them. Hearing stories from many different people who are affected by life issues like abortion, it makes us more compassionate and empathetic. It's one thing to hear about these issues in a class from a teacher who researched the topic, but it's another to meet people who have experienced them. This helps us be more caring and understanding. March teaches us about responsibility and how to peacefully advocate for what we believe in. It shows us that we can make a difference by standing up for our belief in a respectful way. This is a valuable lesson for all of us as future voters who will be making the bigger decisions. Being part of the March for Life helps us strengthen our own values and beliefs. It makes me think about what I personally stand for and why. This reflection is really important as I grow up and start to make more decisions of my own. Participating in the March for Life helps us develop important skills, leadership, and advocacy. We learn how to organize, communicate our ideas, and stand up for what we believe in involving world issues. These skills will be useful in all areas of our life. When I had the opportunity to go to the march with two close friends, I learned something school could never teach me. When we all went together and supported each other's belief, we became more than just classmates, but truly part of something bigger. This March for Life has made me find people that supported my beliefs, which made me a confident Catholic who wasn't afraid to share my personal opinions, having no fear of judgment against me. This is something I could never find just in a classroom. In conclusion, the March for Life was a really valuable experience for us as students as we learned about life issues. It helps us understand important life issues, strengthens our values, and prepares us to be compassionate and engaged citizens as part of a community. I hope you'll support our continued participation in the March for Life. It's a great opportunity for us to learn and grow in ways that are really important. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of clarification to the delegate? Is there a video that needs to be shown?
It's okay. I don't think
I think it should have shown while he was speaking, maybe. It didn't turn on. Is that okay? All right, are there any questions of clarification? Seeing none, thank you so much. Thank you. Are there any questions of clarification to the staff? Seeing none, next item in the agenda, Madam Director.
Through the chair, our next delegation is a student, C. Botello, and he's delegating on the March for Life in Ottawa and pro-life education.
What's going on? There's a bell? Okay, Mr. Botello?
The young man.
Mr. Botello, I know. There's a bell coming, ringing. So, Mr. Botello, before you start, I have to go through the rules and regulations again, okay? So welcome again for your delegation. I will review a few points related to the rules and process related to delegations. You will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. This will be timed. We will signal you when there is 1 minute remaining, okay? You intend to use or begin to use the name, title, position of a staff member or members, or any personal or other information with respect to another person, including a member of the board or committee, or a pupil or their parent or guardian. I will rule that you must address the committee of the whole in an in-camera session. Delegates can be critical of board decisions or make submissions with respect to a recommendation or decision. However, I will rule that your delegation is out of order and end the delegation if either of the following occurs. The information in your oral speech is significantly different than the written speech provided. Your speech, notes, and/or other materials contain, or if you begin to use language that constitutes an invasion of privacy, breach of confidentiality, defamation of character, or is obscene, or discrimination against an individual or group of individuals based on a protected ground under the Ontario Human Rights Code. Once you have completed your presentation, trustees will be given an opportunity to ask you questions of clarification related to your presentation. Once questions of clarification from trustees are completed, your role in the delegation will be concluded, and you'll be asked to leave the podium and take your seat in the gallery. At that point, trustees may choose to debate the issue and may ask questions of staff. It is important to be aware that a decision may not be made on the issue at this meeting. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, please proceed with your delegation.
All right, good evening all. My name is Christian Botello. I'm 16 years old and I'm in grade 11. I attend Robert F. Hall in Caledon, and I'm a devoted and dedicated Catholic student with ratepayer parents who demand a lot from myself, which is why I am here. I'm here to ask for more from our board in terms of not only the March for Life, which is a crucial experience for Catholic students, but also a support system for students like me and my peers who have done our research and have come out against abortion in a period of what I believe is a lack of education on the issue. This year, I attended the March for Life, as said before, obviously, We had intended to initially go last year, but there weren't enough spots. This year, the interest continued, but we came to later find out that we couldn't go with our school as a whole. So we took the alternative route, which was reaching out to the local parishes to go with them. Fortunately, we were able to go this year and had an amazing time. However, initially, we had discussed on the way to Ottawa whether we should keep our Snapchat locations on or to turn them off. That's how much fear we were in of being shamed for our beliefs and for wanting to go on this wonderful trip. However, on our way home, we started thinking about all the people at our school and in the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board that weren't able to go on this trip. Imagine the amount of students like us who genuinely would go on this trip but are scared of being shamed for their opinions, or those who did indicate their interest but couldn't go through the school. How many got to go in the end? We know students like us that have been shamed for saying they're pro-life and for standing up for their faith. Example, last year at our school, there was a counter protest when students in our grade found out about the March for Life. Students are also afraid of stating their views and having their pictures taken. We ourselves obviously were posted by the leader of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh, and 2 Liberal MPs for attending the March for Life. Students need to see more encouragement. We can stand up for ourselves as much as we can, yet we need support to gather under other students who are interested as well, which I'm sure would combat what has been said that there is a lack of interest. The board themselves must stand up for its students and for its religion. If we say we are a Catholic school board, we must stand up for Catholic values and especially for students who want to uphold these values. We are the next generation. If we forget these crucial values, what will these issues look like in 20 or 30 years? How will our board look if we continue the eroding of our values? We've done a lot for ourselves, yet we need more support from our board and our community. We need to see more representations of the support for, more representatives of the support for life around our schools. We need to be able to start a pro-life club. We want to be able to easily find information about these issues. I myself feel that abortion is the elephant in the room. Everyone knows about it, but if you go against the narrative, you will face severe backlash. I get it's like anything in life, but we attend a Catholic school. It's indicated in the Bible and the Catechism that abortion is wrong. So why can't we freely express that opinion? I don't believe that it's the students that are the problem. I also feel it's the lack of education. As well, it should not be nearly as difficult to find out about how to get to the March for Life in Ottawa as it was for us. How many students would have been willing to go to the lengths we did? It must be made simpler for students who are interested in going, as well as informing us prior to the trip about the different events and speakers. We wish we got the chance to spend more time there and hope to do so next year. We would also want to fundraise so we can enjoy the entire experience, like Mass, the Candlelight Vigil, and the Youth Conference. We would also want a school-based / board sponsor for the March for Life. Finally, students need to have a safe space to express their pro-life views and their faith, which would be the Pro-Life Club. Finally, I'm asking the board to make it easier for me and my peers to participate in great events like the March for Life, which are crucial trips in our walk of faith. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bertolo. Are there any questions of clarification to the delegate? Trustee Bruno Ainica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Botello, did you ask your principal if you could have a pro-life club?
No, we have not yet.
So you can just ask.
Okay.
So don't, to my acknowledgement, no club has, especially this one, would have been denied. So if there's a challenge, I don't call them problems, I call them challenges and opportunities where you're not, which I doubt. You can contact, you can contact your trustee or just call me. I'd be happy to stick handle it through, but I don't think that you will have a challenge with that.
Okay, thank you.
Right. And Madam Chair, sorry, and I'm assuming that you heard the first delegation questions that we had conversation from Mr. DeWitt.
Yes.
So you know what the board is planning to do with respect to hooking up all of our chaplains with our church and so on and so forth?
Yes, I think that is actually a good idea.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of clarification, the delegate? Seeing none, thank you again, Mr. Botello, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Are there any questions to the staff? Are there any questions of clarifications to the staff? Seeing none, Madam Director, next item in our agenda, please.
Through the chair, we're on section E, the reports from trustees for receipt, regular reports. The first one is the Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association report.
Thank you, Madam Director. For this month, the Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association report will be provided by the trustees who attended the recent AGM and conference, when was that? Early May. So I will start with Trustee Anisha Thomas, who will speak about the mental health workshop very briefly.
I was pleased to listen to a seminar named Youth Mental Health in Schools. What Are We Seeing? What Are We Doing by Andrea Boza. She's a registered psychotherapist and manager of mental health and well-being. The seminar was about mental health, promotion, prevention, and intervention, the difference between mental health and mental illnesses, and coping strategies. They also educated us on how stress and anxiety is okay sometimes. However, post-pandemic, they noticed a significant and rising effect of too much stress and anxiety. The four major aspects the speaker touched base on that has a rising effect on students within Ontario are anxiety and depression, opposition and defiance, self-harm and suicide, and focus and attention. Some other aspects we spoke about were grief, school avoidance, aggression, fights, and trauma, and how the pandemic had an effect because social skills and norms were altered. Speaker briefly touched base on how our cortisol levels affect how we handle certain situations, which can be interpreted between our logical thinking versus our fight-flight reflexes. For example, students in schools, some people keep saying students are different these days. It is different because the brain is different now, because now there's more technology that is easily accessible. They're watching TV, for example, the news, and events that took place, which impacts the brain by releasing more cortisol in brains, resulting in how they may portray a situation. In conclusion, mental health awareness and intervention will help us majorly in schools because our lives have been impacted by something that is so out of our normal for a long period of time. This seminar is a seminar I would love to hear more about in more depth. I feel like I learned a lot about mental health, and the way she presented it was easy to understand and realize how different it was than 10 or 20 years ago. I would also like to add, you can also go to Mental Health Ontario and learn more about it and look into more resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Anisha Thomas. The second trustee that will present about community safe zone is Trustee Sean Xavier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as mentioned, this year was the 94th annual general meeting for the Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association, where our theme for the conference was Catholic Education in Ontario, which is fulfilling the promise. We had various workshops, and the workshop that I got the privilege to go to was the community safety zones. What this workshop primarily had, the speakers were representatives from the Algonquin and Lakeshore Catholic District School Board. We had the chair, the director of education, and a superintendent of education at that time. And they had talked about a tragic loss of an elementary student. Back in 2022, there was a 10-year-old student in the front of the school as they were coming to school that morning, got hit by a vehicle due to just the traffic in the school. You hear it all the time within all our schools. You hear it all within Ontario of kids running in the streets, and just how crazy it gets in front of our schools all throughout Ontario. So when they were presenting it, it was a very eye-opening presentation. And what they were talking about, and what I was surprised as a trustee representing Dufferin Peel to find out, was these schools actually don't, these boards within Ontario don't have a school traffic safety council within the municipalities. And what this workshop was primarily talking about was creating these safety zones, creating these traffic school safety councils to be able to standardize safety regulations within their city and their region and their schools. So I was actually able to talk about our board to the individual speaking during the time, saying, you know, within Dufferin Peel, we're privileged and blessed to have Mississauga School Traffic Safety Council and Brampton School Traffic Safety Council, where our board and the school works together to kind of go check out various sites and check out what goes on in the morning time, lunchtime, when the school releases, to ensure safety safety barriers are put in place, such as stop sign ladies and different various other individuals to make sure students are safe. So it kind of had a proud moment for us to represent Dufferin Peel at the moment to say, hey, we're currently doing this and we're seeing the fruits that are coming out of it. And other boards, I think, are starting to really get into it. So it was a great presentation. It was sad to hear about these schools that have gone through various cases with these students. But thankfully, everyone is starting to now look into creating these safety zones and creating school traffic safety councils as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Xavier. Trustee Herman Viloria will talk about the workshop on code of conduct.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I
Briefly.
attended the workshop or presentation on the code of conduct, that is the trustee code of conduct. Presentation was by 3 lawyers. One lawyer, Julia Nanos from Hicks Merley, and Melissa Aldridge and JP Abramovich from Borden, Ladner, and Gervais. Julia gave an overview of Bill 98, which was introduced in April of 2023, rapidly passed and given royal assent 2 months later in June of 2023. Its purpose is to increase accountability and transparency and improving governance and leadership, as well as maximizing school board assets. I still don't know what that means. Opposition parties had many negative comments about the bill, including lack of consultation, interfering with the democratic rights of trustees, etc. The NDP proposed 60 amendments, none of which was successful. What a surprise. Bill enhances the ministerial powers of the Minister of Education, including the power to make regulations. One of the key changes in the legislation is the introduction of a performance appraisal of directors of education, in which the minister has the power to establish guidelines for the appraisal, setting competencies, including local priorities, feedback from parents, and including posting the performance appraisal. As to the trustee code of conduct, right now it's at the discretion of school boards to have a code of conduct. With the introduction of this, once the legislation is implemented, it will be mandatory for boards of education to have a code of conduct for trustees. Currently, if a trustee feels that a fellow trustee is in violation of the code of conduct, the board is in charge of investigating. That will change with the legislation. If a member notifies another trustee of a breach of the code of conduct, the matter has to be resolved in 10 days. Failing which, it is reported to an integrity commissioner appointed by the board. If the matter is not resolved by the integrity commissioner in 14 days, the integrity commissioner has to conduct an investigation and provide the individual with an opportunity to respond to the allegation. There is a time limit where an allegation is to be reported. The limit is 60 days. Under the new legislations, penalties for breach of code of conduct have changed. There is still the censure. Then the introduction, there's a new penalty that is proposed to be introduced by the legislation, and that includes the reduction of a trustee honorarium for up to 25% for the term of the breach. And of course, there's still the barring of attending meetings and being barred from membership from being in a committee of the board. And there will be another right of appeal to this decision of the Integrity Commissioner. The appeal is heard by 3. If it is appealed, it is heard by a panel of 3 Integrity Commissioners, not including the Integrity Commissioner who made the decision. Their decision will be final. Right now, the legislation doesn't talk about the minimum qualifications of an integrity commissioner. How do you become an integrity commissioner? That is still a mystery. This point, Melissa and AP from BLG took over the workshop, and they talked about, in particular, the Code of Conduct for Trustees. Currently, the Code of Conduct provisions of the legislation are not in effect. It hasn't been implemented. They focus their presentation on how the legislation applies to Catholic trustees and the Code of Conduct. They also emphasize the need to dialogue with the government before the legislation is implemented. Currently, some boards have now started using the Integrity Commissioner to assist trustees in resolving the Code of Conduct issues. Some boards combine informal and formal procedures. And the question has arisen whether boards can use sanctions that are not specifically mentioned in the Education Act. Other boards have also used, instead of sanctions, they've used remediation, used training, and as well as apologies. However, they emphasize that it's important that procedural fairness be followed, that everyone's rights are protected, including, which means also trustees have rights. The Ed Act right now has full control of the trust over the over trustees' breach of conduct, over the breach of the Code of Conduct. It's a 3-part process. Firstly, you have to identify the breach. Secondly, investigate, and if found in breach, you have to determine the sanction. And right now, there's only 3: censure, barring from a board meeting, or barring from sitting in a committee of the board. If it is appealed, and it's usually through a judicial review in court, court will emphasize this, the court will grill both parties whether the process was followed. How long can a sanction be? Right now, it would be up to the end of the trustee's term. The new legislation, maximum length of the sanction is 90 days. Right now, nothing has been implemented and subject to change.
Thank you, Herman. The next one is Paula D'Amato Giovanazzi, who will speak about Pilgrims of Hope and Reflections of Loss, Hope, Social Action, and Healing. Paula, could you briefly, please?
Thank you. Through the chair, I wanted to say that I enjoyed the Oxta AGM. It was great to connect with other Catholic trustees, and there was lots of good information that was shared. I want to share with you the last 2 speakers of the last day. A lot of the attendees leave by this point, but the last 2 speakers I found were absolutely amazing. So first one was Dr. Josephine Lombardi, Assistant Dean of St. Augustine's Seminary and the Pontifical Faculty of Theology. Wow, she was great. I could listen to her all day long. She explained that joy is not the absence of hardship. Joy is spiritual resilience. Joy is the fruit of the Holy Spirit. She said, joy of the Lord is our strength. She reminds us that Jesus never promised the absence of hardship. In fact, he said very explicitly You better be ready because the troubles are going to come. But he did promise that he would be with us, he would not leave us orphaned, and that he would strengthen us. Dr. Lombardi reminded us that when we are in a season of plenty, be grateful and don't stop praying. On any day or hour, we can be plunged into a season of sadness or despair. It is not a matter of if it will come, but rather when it will come. We will sometimes get tempted to go into fear and worry, but we are to pray through the struggle. Dr. Lombardi gives a definition of hope. Hope is the habit of waiting with joy, patience, and perseverance. She reminds us of the words of St. Augustine, where he wrote that hope has two daughters: one, anger at the way things are, and two, courage to do something about it. When there is righteous anger, then the courage comes in. We are to stay awake and aware and to develop a habit of prayer, which will remind us that we are not alone. We pray that God's grace move our will to keep us going and get back out there. God is not expecting us to do it alone. Spirituality is a huge component in optimal mental health. This I know from experience. I think all of our students should hear her message. And I would ask the director if she can arrange to have Dr. Lombardi share a video, because we're all going to struggle, and it's important for the children to know that faith is a great part to keep us mentally healthy. The closing speaker for the Oxta's 94th AGM and conference, Ben Verboom, is a graduate of the Durham Catholic District School Board, a former recipient of the Oxta Student Trustee Alumni Award, and an Oxford lecturer on global health. Ben delivered to the Assembly a deep, moving, and important presentation on the topic, Reflections on Loss, Hope, Social Action, and Healing. Ben grew up in Ajax as part of a large and loving Irish Catholic and Dutch family. When Ben was a young teen, his family was struck by the sudden and devastating death of his 40-year-old father, Tim, to suicide. During this talk, Ben shared the story of his family's complicated grieving process and how he found hope and healing by taking action and speaking out about suicide in Canada. Ben said approximately 1 million people per year die of suicide. That's about 4,500 daily. There is a component of mental illness that includes suicidal ideologies. Everyone will suffer from mental unwellness from time to time in their lives. Suicide is a heart-wrenching topic, but an important one to discuss with our teens. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Paula D'Amato Giovanazzi. Could I ask Trustee Mario Pascucci to speak about resolutions and election?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate this opportunity to show this to you. I'd like to suggest to the trustees, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a copy of this to Cindy. We'll have the list of the motions that we can put into the minutes so that next year or later on this year, when we look at it, we know exactly what's moved, et cetera. So some 25, 26 motions were put forward. You heard me speak about them earlier to the community that joined us this evening. I don't want to repeat them. The fact of the matter is that they're very far-reaching, inclusive, concerns, mutual issues, et cetera. So there was a lot of concerns out there. What was interesting was the fact is that there was unanimity, that's not the right word, but anyway, a lot of people liked it. The fact of the matter is that we do have a long way to go as a school board system right across the province of Ontario. With this also, we have a new president now. Pat Daly has left. He's moved on to retirement, et cetera. The guy, he deserves every minute of it. And we have Michael Belmore, who's the new president of Oxta. And Gazzola is the new vice president of Oxta as well. And as a consequence of all this, we're just going to continue to move forward. As you're sitting large urban board trustee on the large urban board subcommittee, I guess, for lack of a better term, we dealt with a number of things that deal specifically with the large boards being Toronto, York, Dufferin Peel, and Ottawa. And the fact of the matter is that there's areas of concern that have mutual agreements with, and we're going to continue moving forward. Once we as a group sit there together and consider the next step for this particular motion, what we do is we forward it to our directors, trustee of the association, and they handle it from there on. It's a good meeting. There's no question about it. Took my $38 at the place.
It's not worth it.
We won't go there. But the fact of the matter is, it was a lot of fun and it was great. I encourage you to definitely go next year, which will be in the Toronto area. I also encourage you to make sure you have you can write proxies out there. Number of boards, including coterminous boards, or sorry, Catholic boards, do not have proxies with them. This is what I was told. So make sure we get them next year. All being told, thank you very much for this opportunity to represent you, and thank you for the opportunity for this. Cindy, I'll give this back to you.
Thank you. I'm going to pass on the chair to Vice Chair Thomas. Is that okay? Because I will report briefly on the religion and family life education. I actually have made copies of the new religion and family life education, which is coming to our schools in September of this year. So I have made copies together with the comments that Director Mazzarato and staff have provided to give you more information about what learning looks like in a Catholic classroom with a focus on religion and family life education. To become more familiar with the goals and theological foundations of the family life curriculum and programs. One of the things that's here is I also sent you the frequently asked questions for parents, and I think this is very helpful for us as trustees. As you know, with the family life education, now they changed it to religion and family life education. I have given you some frequently asked questions as well as the topics at a glance by strand and grade. I think this is very helpful for us as trustees. When this program comes in September, I'm pretty sure we will get a lot of phone calls from our parents on what it would look like. Overall, this is a new curriculum that's coming in September. And so overall, the conference, the AGMN conference has been very successful. And I think the workshops that they provided this year is very informative. And I feel like trustees who attended learned a lot this time around. I do encourage you as well, my fellow trustees, to consider attending the next OXTA AGM or even the regional meetings. They do provide very good information. And we do, as your sitting representative in OXTA together with Trustee Shanik Xavier, we are willing to bring topics to OXTA board on what you would like to hear. Any suggestions that you would like to give, we do want you to be engaged. This is our association, and we need to make sure that we are participating because it's the only way that we could express our issues, and they lobby for us in terms of areas just like what the resolutions has done. So I do encourage you to attend next time. Anyway, you all receive a copy of this. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. That will be the conclusion of the OXTA report. Yeah. Do I take it back? Madam Director, next item.
Through the chair, student voice report.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Good evening, trustees, staff, and public attendees. My name is Nathan Nguyen, the student trustee for DPCDSB North.
And my name is Christopher Joseph, the student trustee for DPCDSB South.
Me, Bojo, Ashkabeos, Indigenous Cause, Mississauga, Donjiba, Mohawk, and Dow. My name is Bailey Klein, the Indigenous Student Trustee for DPCDSB.
We've been busy since our last student voice report, and we're grateful to be before you all today to share what we've done in the past month. Just like everybody else, from May 2nd to 4th, we also had the opportunity to participate in OCSTA's AGM in Niagara Falls. To keep it short, during this 3-day conference, we were able to learn more about servant leadership, the integration of the new family life curriculum, and hear from a very memorable keynote speaker, Ben Verboom. Ben is a past student trustee and is now a lecturer at Oxford University, where he stressed the importance of life and overcoming challenges. I thoroughly enjoyed his speech, and it was most definitely the highlight of my weekend. On May 8th, our Student Senate gathered at John Cabot to participate in OCSTA's Catholic Student Youth Day. As an event open to every secondary student, my favorite part of the event was their beautiful mass and keynote speaker. The keynote speaker, Cadmus Delorme, who is CEO and founder of One Hoop Advisory Services, taught us how Canada can benefit from welcoming an Indigenous worldview. And as past chief for the Cowessess First Nations, he had incredible insight that every student participating can apply in the rest of their lives. We thank OCSTA for inviting our Student Senate to this event, as it was a very educational opportunity to build upon our foundational faith.
On May 4th, myself and several other student trustees across Ontario attended the OCSTA and FACE ran Catholic Education Lobby Day at Queen's Park, Toronto. I was there from 12 noon to around 8 p.m. During the day, the student trustees were given tours around the University of Toronto and then a tour around Queen's Park, where we were educated on the history and functionality of Queen's Park. We were also allowed to watch a live session in the chamber. FACE members met with MPPs and cabinet members to promote and protect publicly funded Catholic education. We then had a reception from 5 to 7. My role during the session was to interact with MPPs at the reception to articulate our views on the value of Catholic schools and why they should continue to support our system. We also had the chance to interact with the bishops, trustees, and teachers who are representing FACE. From May 23rd to May 26th, myself and the other student trustees here, we had the opportunity to participate in Osta ECO's AGM in Toronto. During the 4-day conference, we participated in workshops where we learned about advocacy, menstrual equity, and the importance of Catholic education. We had designated workshops for our outgoing trustees and how we can impact and change the world in post-secondary. There were also workshops for all incoming student trustees, giving the clarity, reassurance, and guidance to help them in their new roles as student trustees. We also had a changemaker session where Osta ECO's provincial partners came into network, answer questions, and give student trustees the opportunity to engage and learn about these organizations and their primary goals.
Looking forward to May 30th, we have our last Student Senate meeting of the year at Silver Creek Education Center. Here we will take time to reflect on the past year, all we have accomplished, and celebrate our hard work. We look forward to reporting back to you on our experiences. We'd like to take a moment to thank Ms. Rego for her support of Student Senate and our endeavors throughout this year, and her ongoing encouragement to continue to advocate for students across the system and their varied needs.
Looking back at last month, we would like to share some good news items from our high schools and our first elementary student advisory council meetings. At Ascension of Our Lord Secondary School for mental health last week. For Mental Health Week, they hosted different workshops throughout the week during lunches for students to participate in. They had activities such as playing board games, painting rocks, spa workshops, and an escape room. During the Mental Health Week, Ascension of Our Lord Secondary School had also hosted an art competition where students submitted a creative art piece with a chance to win one of 5 prizes, which were self-care baskets.
At John Cabot Secondary School, they hosted a talent cafe where students shared their talents with their community. All the money that was raised from ticket sales was donated to Merry Meals Canada. Our Lady of Mount Carmel Secondary School, their Indigenous Studies class raised awareness for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls by creating posters that were hung in the foyer, posts on the announcements information, and students wore red on May 5th to help raise awareness of the missing and murdered Indigenous women crisis. The Indigenous Studies class also created informational posts for the announcements about the Moose Hide campaign, which were put up on the announcements the week leading up to the Moose Hide campaign day. Moose Hide pins were distributed by the class for all students to wear to show their support in ending gender-based domestic violence. Our Lady of Mount Carmel also hosted Catholic Education Week trivia, where during the announcements, they would read out two trivia questions, and the 9th class that called would get to answer the questions, and if they were correct, receive a prize for their class.
Finally, throughout the month of May, the Student Senate hosted our very first Elementary Student Advisory Council, or ESAC, meetings for each family of schools. During the meetings, Student Senate representatives from each family of schools and a student trustee shared information about their respective roles and talked about the multi-year strategic plan, sharing how the different pillars are a foundation of all things going on in our schools. We then led a discussion on how each pillar fits into their school community and how they see it displayed in their daily lives. In the end, the elementary students said that they enjoyed the meeting and how they could hear initiatives from other school communities and how they like to meet again, hopefully more than once a year. As this was a pilot project, we like to say that this was a major success in gathering elementary student voice and diverse feedback on the MYSP. We look forward to hopefully reconvening in the next school year. And of course, thank you to everyone who helped make this happen, especially Ms. Rego and Mahek from the research team for being present at all sessions and helping facilitate the conversations with the elementary students. That is the conclusion of our latest student voice report, and we'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the student trustees? Trustee Bruno Anica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan, well, each of you, thank you very much. The one, they all intrigued me, but the one with the elementary meeting, which is something that this board has spoken about, and for a variety of different reasons, just got to the point that you referred to, and the success and acceptance that the kids, the young elementary students had. My question, why is it only once a year? Why can't it be 3 times a year?
Through the chair, if I may answer that question, this was a pilot year this year, and that was a pilot meeting. The goal is to expand the involvement of the elementary student advisory council next year. And to the trustee's point, it would involve more than one meeting. They just needed to gather some input from the elementary, and that was the preliminary way to do so.
Was it one family or?
Through the chair, it was 1 representative from every school or 2 representatives from every school.
Oh, sorry, just to add on to that through the chair. It is all 7 families, and yes, it was 1 student per elementary school.
And it
So
was
7
all
different sessions.
positively received?
Sorry?
Positively received?
Oh, yes, certainly, yes. At the end, we had a little bit of a feedback session, and they all loved it. They'd like for it to happen again.
Okay. So the pilot next year will go more than once? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions to the student trustees? Seeing none, next item, Madam Director.
Through the chair, we're now moving to section 8, which are updates from information reports from committees for receipt.
Madam Director, we're going to go to item C, good news report.
Through the chair, we're going to go to item C, good news reports.
Thank you. Trustee Bria Corbett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. So I have 2 good news items this evening. So the first is the Mississauga North Shining Stars event. On May 9th, 2024, the 13th annual Mississauga North Shining Stars event was held at St. Aloysius Gonzaga Catholic Secondary School. This beloved Mississauga North event took place for the first time since 2019 and was in partnership with Special Olympics Ontario to celebrate the gifts and talents of diverse learners across the Mississauga North family of schools. This year's event included 93 student athletes from grades 1 to 8, along with staff, student volunteers, and the St. Aloysius Gonzaga leadership students. The abundance of joy was felt throughout this event was both a highlight and a testament to our Catholic Education Week theme, We Are Called to Love. The second good news item I have, I'm not sure if my volume just got turned up or not, is it's Bike to School Week. So this week, May 27th to May 31st, is Explore Peel on Wheels. It's not only a great time of year to walk, bike, and roll to school, but when families use active modes of travel to school, we help to reduce traffic congestion at our schools, improve air quality, and promote a healthy lifestyle. I'm on the Mississauga School Traffic Safety Committee, and one of the things we're trying to do is to continually promote active travel in our schools. Many of our schools, they're participating in Bike to School Week, and we know that increasing physical activity helps students improve their focus and readiness to learn. Our schools are also taking this actually as an opportunity to educate families about helmet safety, bike safety, as well as traffic safety to support the Eco School initiatives. So that's my report this evening, Madam Chair, and I've sent the good news items to our recording secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Paula D'Amato Giovanazzi.
Thank you. And through the chair, I wanted to just mention that I attended the 27th Annual March for Life on May 9th. And it was great success, huge turnout. And God willing, I'd like to attend annually. And I said this last year, I'm going to say it this year, from my mouth to God's ears. I would love to see a busload leave from Dufferin Caledon next year. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any other good news reports? Share. Okay, moving along. Next item now, Madam Director.
Through the chair, F1 is the receipt of the minutes of Faith and Program Committee meeting on March 5th, 2024.
The minutes is in your package. Are there any questions or clarifications? Seeing none, next item.
F2, receipt of the minutes of the Mississauga Traffic Safety Action Committee meeting of February 28, 2024.
Any questions of clarification? Yes, Trustee Mary Pascucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question I have to ask. An item regarding traffic safety was brought forward earlier tonight. Is there any way we can be proactive in the sense of maybe meeting with the regional governments? Say, can we create some kind of plan or idea of how we can minimize the amount of potential serious issues happening in these kiss and rides and what have you? Is that sort of pie in the sky thinking, or is there a possibility? What do you think, Madam Chair?
Through the chair,
Madam Director?
could you give staff some time to think through that one?
Yeah, just maybe have a discussion. We can bring it up as a verbal point. I don't want any reports.
Okay.
Just the idea is it worth our while to be proactive, meet with individuals meet with communities to work on the busing scenario or traffic scenario in school. I don't need a report, it's just a discussion and see if it's worth our way going down that road. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Madam Director, for being so open.
Item number 3, Madam Director.
Through the chair, receipt of the minutes of the Central Committee for Catholic School Councils of April 11, 2024.
Are there any questions of clarifications? Seeing none, item number 4.
Receipt of the minutes of the Audit Committee meeting of February 13, 2024.
Are there any questions? Again, the package is in your, the information are in your package. Item number 5.
And receipt of the minutes of the Board Bylaw Policies Review Committee meeting of February 20, 2024.
No comments, suggestions? Okay.
Uh,
Item F.
F6 is the Secondary School Scholarships and Awards Committee
yes.
report for receipt.
Thank you. Are there any questions of clarification, or is there going to be a report? No? It is in your package. Do you have any questions? You're good? Received.
And
Thank you.
F7 is the minutes of the CNC Committee meeting of April 23, 2024.
Are there any questions? Thank you. Moving
Through the
along.
chair, we're now going to move to section G, and these are reports from administration for receipt. We have a number of retirees this evening, and I'd like to pay tribute to those retirees. And our first is Jeff Quinville. I want to acknowledge Jeff Quinville, who's the principal of St. Roch Catholic Secondary School, as he embarks on a well-deserved retirement. For almost 3 decades, Jeff has been a contributing force to the board's academic and administration excellence. And after a 10-year career, a teaching career at St. Francis Xavier, he served as a vice principal at Margaret Duville and St. Joseph Catholic Secondary Schools before being appointed principal at St. Joseph. He became principal at St. Roch in September of 2017, where he has led with dedication and integrity. Jeff's passion for the arts has contributed to the overwhelming success of the regional arts program at St. Roch. Please join me in thanking Jeff for his dedication, his inspirational leadership, and his unwavering belief in the power of music. As he steps into retirement, we pray that he finds joy in the new adventures that await and that the symphony of his life continues to be filled with beautiful harmonies.
Are there any comments? Trustee Herman Viloria.
Wish to congratulate Jeff and wish him happy and long retirement. And back since he's a musician to have him make lots of music for a lot of years. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Darrell D'Souza.
I wish Jeff a happy and blessed retired life. I mean, I've interacted with him ever since he came to Rock and was great experience. He's a great principal and he'll be missed. Like to note that the reporting secretary that we're receiving this retirement with regrets.
I just want to pass it on to Vice Chair Thomas. I also would like to wish Jeff a happy retirement. He was my principal at St. Joseph Secondary School before moving to Rock. And he brought a lot of good stuff at St. Joseph at the time, and all his music and really his arts kind of flourished in at St. Joseph. So, and I think he plays the band in one of the restaurants in Peel. I can't remember the name right now at the top of my head, but we'll probably see him there, one of the events. So I want to wish him well, and I know he's going to have more music. He'll probably more time slots in that restaurant now that they play. So wish him all the best from us. Thank you. Okay, take it back.
Through the chair, G2 is the retirement letter for Principal Laura Rossi. Laura began her career in 1993 with our board, and she taught at St. Martha's and Mary Catholic Elementary School until her appointment as vice principal and subsequently principal at St. Anne. And throughout her time as principal, Laura has consistently demonstrated a commitment to excellence in her interactions with students, parents, and staff members. Most recently, she has shepherded the St. Anne community through a temporary relocation during the demolition of the historic St. Anne site in anticipation of a new school construction. Her leadership is one that values diversity and encourages every student to reach their full potential. Her passion for education and her belief in the potential of every child inspires us all to strive for excellence. On behalf of the entire Dufferin Peel community, I want to thank Laura for 31 years of unwavering commitment to this board. Her leadership and guidance will be deeply missed.
Are there any comments? Again, we send regrets. Congratulations, but with regrets.
Through the chair, D3 is the retirement letter for Principal Diana Lenardic, and she is retiring as the principal of St. Angela Merici after over 7 years of dedicated leadership. Throughout her time as principal, Diana consistently demonstrated a commitment to excellence, both in her leadership and in her interactions with students, parents, and staff members. She's a passionate, committed instructional leader who has supported staff in setting and maintaining high standards for teaching and learning. She has worked tirelessly to create a positive and inclusive school culture, one that values diversity and encourage every student to reach their full potential. Her passion for education and her belief in the potential of every child inspires us to strive for all. On behalf of the entire community, I want to thank Diana for her unwavering commitment to our students. Her leadership and guidance will be deeply missed.
Thank you. Are there any comments? Trustee Darrell D'Souza.
We accept this with regret. So Diana will be missed in the Angela Merici community. She was there for 7 years and I enjoyed my time working with her and I wish her a happy retirement.
Thank you. Any other comments? No? Madam Director?
G4 is the retirement letter for Principal Mark Falcone. After 10 years of teaching with the Windsor-Essex Catholic District School Board and York, he began teaching with Dufferin Peel in 2005. He was hired as part of the teaching staff that opened St. Jean-Marie Vianney, and in September 2017, he began as vice principal of St. Francis of Assisi Catholic School in Mississauga until he became the principal of St. Jerome until present. He's always been a part of extracurricular activities, coaching all types of sports, as well as playing guitar for the school choirs and masses. His real love was getting groups of student musicians, singers, and dancers for a School of Rock concert that consistently performed in front of various school communities for 14 years before going into administration. Throughout his career, he's always been a strong advocate for students in his care. His deep love of young people, his commitment to student achievement and well-being, as well as his commitment to students with diverse learning needs has been Mark's focus. His sense of empathy, care, and support of staff and students have been the hallmarks of his leadership. We wish him well in his retirement.
Thank you. Trustee Bruno Enica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to tell you, I'm quite sad in reading well, not reading the letter, but when he told me that he was going to retire. The very first time I met him, and I don't know if the associate director will remember, it was at a family of schools meeting, and he played the guitar, and somebody said, "Who would be a good principal?" And I went, "Who is it?" And I tell you, in the director had indicated his love of music was second to none, except for of course, the kids. One of the things that I will always remember about Mark was during the probably the worst time for most people's lives, and that was COVID. I can tell you, he has a love for Star Wars or anything in that nature, Star Wars, Marvel, you name it. But during the time of COVID, he would go into the school and he would be dressed like Luke Skywalker. And he would have Yoda beside him, and he would talk about the virtues. And he would talk about everyday life and the challenges that people had. And I remember sending it to you, Marianne, and you're saying that this is fantastic. And it was. When we finally got back to school, he continued it. And the parents at council were talking about, I can hardly wait till Tuesday. I can hardly wait till Tuesday. And I looked at him with knife eyes. What's going on Tuesday? Oh, I'll send it to you. And he sent me that first video and consequently the other videos. It's ironic that when I read the letter, the very last live long and prosper. I can tell you he has dressed up in that school in every Star Wars uniform except for maybe R2D2 because he's too small to fit into that little costume. But I can tell you, I have a tremendous amount of respect. I wish, maybe not for me, but I wish that St. Jerome's was a bigger school that had a vice principal where a new vice principal would go into that school, and then I would have two Mark Falciones, two excellent principals. I say that about a number of our principals that I have been very, very fortunate to have had in my life as a trustee. But the dedication, and Marianne, you said it perfectly, the dedication to the students, but also the parents. He had a vision for St. Jerome, and he shared that vision at council. And the funds that he was going to spend, and some of the things that were done, I will thank Superintendent Richard Mariah and Plant, because they made it happen on a cost share basis, but they did make it happen. I think it's too young to retire at that age. I really do. And I tried, I'll be very honest with you, a couple times I drop in at 11 o'clock when I finished my plant run and go in and say, "You're not putting it in right. Not putting it in right. You're going to change your mind. Oh, trust me. I'll talk you out of it." And then he called me and said, "Can you come to my office?" And I didn't realize what it was. I thought it was an issue that we were dealing with, but he said I put in my letter. And then I knew it was real. And I wish him nothing but the utmost best, the health that everybody wishes that they could have when they retire. And maybe he has it right. Maybe retiring at 55 or whatever the age at this age in his career. Because at one point we have more days behind us than we do in front of us. And I think that he's taken that vision and kind of did it, because I think about that all the time. You know, we do. We have, some of us anyway, we have more, we have more time behind us than we do in front of us. And so I wish Mark nothing but the absolute best and thank him for everything that he has done in recognizing me. Marianne, when you talk about, you speak to the principals about trustees and how they should be invited, how they should be in the calendar and this and that, you followed it to a T, an absolute T. And again, I will miss him there, as will the kids and as will the community. And I thank him for everything that he has done for that community, but also for me as well. So I wish him luck and happiness and future success and health, and with regrets. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other? Okay, Marianne. Through the chair, G5 is the retirement for Principal Irma Mass, who came to Dufferin Peel in 1989, taught at St. Matthew's, St. Margaret Bourgeois, Father Clare Tipping, and Good Shepherd. And after 19 years as a teacher, she was promoted to vice principal, where she served the communities of Holy Spirit, St. Anthony, and St. John Fisher. She was then called to the role of principal of Pauline Vanier, St. Cornelius, and most recently to Holy Cross in Malton. Throughout her career at Dufferin Peel, Irma has contributed to many initiatives such as bullying prevention programs, innovation grants to provide children an opportunity to be baptized, a guardian program where children help seniors tend their gardens. And this year she led her staff to recognize their own bias as they regularly engaged in the important work of anti-Black racism. We recognize her work at the school level, providing support for our most needy and vulnerable students. She is always rooted for the marginalized, and she's a nonstop advocate for children. Her why is what's best for kids. Irma's work ethic and sense of humor will be missed by students and colleagues. We wish her well in her retirement journey.
Thank you. Are there any comments? Trustee Vice Chair Thomas.
I wish Irma Mas all the best for the retirement life. And, she was very active last couple of years. She was very active in the community, and, she did a wonderful things and to the community and to the children. So I wish all the best and with a regret.
Thank you. Any other trustees want to make comment? Seeing none, Madam Director.
Through the chair, G6 is the retirement letter for Principal Rick Gavin, who was from his very early days a dedicated teacher at George Vanier Catholic Elementary School and St. John Fisher Catholic Elementary School, to his leadership as a vice principal at Pauline Vanier in St. Herbert. Rick has left an indelible mark on countless students, teachers, and staff members. His wisdom, compassion, and tireless dedication have shaped our Catholic educational community in profound ways. And then as the principal of St. Raphael and St. Bridget, he continued to inspire excellence. His leadership extended beyond the classroom walls, fostering an environment where students thrived academically, spiritually, and emotionally. His commitment to nurturing both minds and hearts has been truly exceptional, and his leadership in adult faith formation at the family of schools level is greatly appreciated. His legacy is one of compassion, integrity, and unwavering faith. We hope Rick's retirement will be filled with joy, relaxation, and new adventures.
Thank you. Are there any comments? No, seeing none.
Through the chair, we move to G7, the retirement of Principal Manny Faruja. Manny came to Dufferin Peel in 1991, and over his 33 years with the board has served in capacity as teacher, department head, vice principal, and principal. He began as a teacher at Lester B. Pearson in grade 3. and then he moved into the secondary panel as a business teacher at St. Augustine. In 2004, Manny turned his attention to a new calling and became the vice principal at RF Hall. And in subsequent years, Manny has also been vice principal at Cardinal Leger and Ascension of Our Lord. In 2013, Manny was appointed principal at St. Roch. Following his tenure at St. Roch, he moved on to the role of principal in 2017 at Notre Dame. And after 5 years, Manny began his latest journey being appointed principal of Cardinal Ambrosic in 2022, from where today he's decided to retire after a wonderful career. Manny will be truly missed by staff, students, and parents alike. We wish him well and all the best as he embarks on his new journey.
Trustee Sean Xavier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, just to reiterate the words of Director Mazzarotto, it is true, the staff and students, I know when this came out today, various members from the parent community of Cardinal Ambrosic reached out saying, Manny's retiring. I can't believe it's finally happening. Like, he was a great advocate for the Cardinal Ambrosic community, was constantly always on top of everything, and is a very strong administrator. You know, just hearing you say that he was a grade 3 teacher once, I wish to see what it would have been like to see him as a grade 3 teacher, because he's awesome. So I thank Manny for all the work that he has done, and thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Herman Valoria.
I worked with Manny a few years ago. That's about 15 years ago. And he was a vice principal. I worked with him at Ascension of Our Lord. And we had exciting years together. I wish him continued good health. He can enjoy his retirement. And I'm sure he'll be putting a lot of kilometers on his mountain bike. Good luck, Manny.
Thank you. Student Trustee Nathan Nguyen.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Mr. Farouz is actually my principal at Notre Dame for grade 9 and 10. So I met him, and he was a great principal to me. I remember being in student council, and he was always open to talk to anybody, open for any suggestions. So I really appreciated his open door in his office just for any suggestions. So thank you, and good luck in retirement, Mr. Farouz.
Thank you. Madam Director.
Through the chair, G8 is a retirement letter for Principal Lisa Regazzoni, who came to Dufferin Peel in 1993, and over her 30 years with the board has served in the capacity as teacher consultant, vice principal, and principal. She began at St. Bernadette, where she taught a number of different grades, and her deep commitment and dedication to her community and ensuring student well-being was second to none. In 2013, she decided to turn her attention to a bigger calling and became a vice principal at St. Francis of Assisi. She was then transferred to St. Valentine as a vice principal until she was promoted as a principal, returning to her beloved home, St. Bernadette. And after 6.5 years as principal of St. Bernadette in Mississauga South, she's now decided that she needs to embark once again on a new journey. Throughout her career in Dufferin Peel, she's been a strong advocate for all her students. Her deep love of children, her passion and commitment to student achievement and well-being has been Lisa's focus throughout her career. And throughout the many years that she has been at the St. Bernadette community, she's provided all students the opportunity to nurture their faith and to grow in their love of learning. She will be truly missed by staff, students, and parents alike. We wish her all the best as she embarks on her new journey.
Oh, I'd like to pass on the chair to Vice Chair Thomas. I thought I was able to convince her not to retire. But we had a long discussion, and I accept her retirement with regrets. I have to tell you, Ms. Ragosino really turned St. Bernadette around, and so the way our community changed and flourished, and basically kids love to go to school, because at one point in time there were so many issues happening, no regular principal at one point in time. So when she came in, she really brought everybody back together. And interestingly enough, she said she taught my kids as well in that school. So she remembered my children when they were going to St. Bernadette. So we had memories to reconnect on that one. But I wish her all the best. again, she's too young to retire. All these principals, I believe, are too young to retire. But again, this is the start of another journey, and I wish her all the best and to enjoy the next phase of her life, truly. So I wish her all the best and with regrets in her retirement. Thank you. Okay, I'm taking it off. Director.
Through the chair, G9 is the retirement of Superintendent Jody Curran. And Jody has had an amazing career in education, which started over 35 years ago here in Dufferin Peel, teaching grade 2 at St. Margaret Bourgeois. She then moved to Japan and taught in Japan. But when she came back to Canada, she worked for another board, was promoted to a vice principal and principal in that board. And then she decided that at that time as well, when she was working with Huron Perth, that she was involved in taking students on mission trips to Kenya and India and Ecuador and the Dominican Republic. She then moved her family to New Zealand, went back to the classroom to teach theology at an all-boys Catholic school for a couple of years, came back to Canada again, worked for Brant Haldeman Norfolk, and then came back home to Dufferin Peel in 2019. And we were really the beneficiaries of her deciding to rejoin the Dufferin Peel family as a superintendent of the Brampton Northeast Family of Schools. And then she moved to the Brampton East Caledon Dufferin Malton Family of Schools in August of 2020. She's been involved in and supported many initiatives within Dufferin Peel, including adult faith formation series for all staff, introduced Christian meditation within her family of schools, and planning retreats for principals and vice principals. Jody's philosophy of education has been one of service to others, and she has garnered the respect and admiration of her colleagues in schools that she supported. She's helped countless students and families through challenging moments in their lives. She remains steadfast in her actions, which are guided by the Catholic social teaching of the dignity of the human person, and feels passionate about being there for the most vulnerable and marginalized among us. She believes that whatever the role she has been called to in Catholic education has always been a teacher first, with student success at the heart of all she has done to impact learning in the classroom. She leaves behind a legacy of kindness towards each person she encounters and unwavering dedication. Jody has been an invaluable and contributing member of the instructional team, and she will be greatly missed. We thank Jody for her years of service and dedication to Catholic education and wish her well and her family continued good health and abundant joy.
Any comments? I will start with Trustee Paula Damacho Divanozzi, followed by Vice Chair Thomas, followed by Trustee Herman Veloria. Go ahead, Paula.
So I wanted to say it was a pleasure working with you, Jody Curran, alongside you the last year and a half. I want to thank you for your support and guidance. Wish you great peace and enjoyment in your retirement. Good luck and God bless.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Madam Chair, I'd like to say Jody was very passionate and working very closely with even trustees and the staff, the principals. And whenever we need anything from Jody, she will be there to support. Last couple of months she was off, and finally she called me and told me, no, she's retiring. That's a shocking day, because I was sick too, so I was on bed. She told me I'm retiring because of some issues with her father is sick, and even she want take the father. Jody, wish you all the best and have a good retirement and look after the father. It is what is called honor for you to look after your parents. I right now. Thank you all your support in Beacon family as well as Mississauga, Brampton East family of schools. Thank you.
Herman Beloria.
During the first year of COVID, my current superintendent was Tammy Lynn, and she got moved to another family, and got assigned to work with a new superintendent from out of town, and I wondered, who is she? And then one day she showed up at school, except she was all covered up. She was in with a mask, and all I could see were her two eyes. And for close to 2 years, I didn't see her face. And 2 years later, she showed up at school, and I thought I had a new superintendent. I really enjoyed working with you, Jody. We had fun together, and I wish you all the best to enjoy full-time your cottage and still have a lot of time to do globe-trotting. I see you like visiting countries, so all the best to you.
Thank you, Herman. Trustee Sean Xavier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've actually had the privilege of having Superintendent Jody in both Brampton Northeast when she initially came, and then when you moved over to the Beckton family, I still had you as a superintendent. So I've had that blessing in disguise. So I would just like to take this opportunity to thank you for everything you've done, constantly answering my questions, answering parents' questions for both communities. It's been truly an honor to have you as a superintendent. And when this retirement came forward, I remember before you even sent this letter, you tried to reach me and make sure I knew before this came, and I was actually very surprised. But when I asked you about your decision, you told me various reasons, but you have a bigger calling other than what you're doing here at Dufferin Peel. You have your mission work and other things kind of set in line for you. And I wish you all the best as you move forward. And I thank you for everything you've done for Dufferin Peel. Thank you very much, Jody.
Thank you. Congratulations again. We wish you all the best future. Madam Director.
Through the chair, we're now moving to section H, which are administration reports requiring action, No, we good? Okay. H1 is the 2024 Education Development Charges Bylaw Adoption. Superintendent Thomas.
Thank you. Good evening, and through the chair. Tonight, staff will be recommending to the Board of Trustees the adoption of a new 5-year Education Development Charges Bylaw effective July 1st, 2024, in compliance with the regulatory process set out by the Government of Ontario. I'll now invite Manager of Planning, Stephanie Cox, to present this evening's report, which you will find beginning on page 137 of tonight's agenda package.
Good evening, and through the chair. As trustees will recall, on April 23rd, the Board of Trustees held 2 public meetings as part of the process to pass a new Education Development Charges bylaw. The current EDC bylaw is set to expire on June 30th, 2024. Prior to the expiration of the current bylaw, the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board must adopt a new EDC bylaw to continue to collect education development charges, which provide a source of funding for the purchase of new school sites and address site preparation costs. At the public meetings on April 23rd, Mr. Jack Amendolia, managing partner at Watson and Associates Economists Limited, reviewed with trustees and the public the existing policies that underline the current EDC bylaw, which pertain to the percentage of growth-related net education land costs to be borne by residential and non-residential development, the recovery of net education land costs, non-statutory residential exemptions, and non-statutory non-residential exemptions, jurisdiction-wide versus area-specific charges, and uniform charges versus differentiated charges for residential development. The subsequent presentation at the successor bylaw meeting focused on the application of the charge, how EDCs are calculated, EDC qualification, land values, the proposed new charge, the proposed new charge, and phasing in of the EDC rates when applicable. This report marks the final step in passing a new Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board Education Development Charges bylaw for Peel Region, which would take effect July 1st, 2024. The EDC calculation is based on new pupils that will be generated by new housing units within the bylaw area and for which additional school accommodation is required. The current EDC rate for a residential unit is $1,096, and the non-residential charge is 44 cents per square foot of gross floor area. The proposed new EDC rate is $1,300 per residential unit and a non-residential rate of 74 cents per square foot of gross floor area. However, the Ministry of Education amended the EDC legislation to require the phasing of increases in both residential and non-residential EDC rates. Residential EDCs can be increased by $300 per dwelling unit or by 5% of the existing rate, whichever is greater. No phasing is required for the new residential EDC rate to take effect on July 1st. Similarly, the non-residential EDC rate can be increased by the greater of 5% of the existing rate or 10 cents per square foot of gross floor area. The same increases are permitted in the second year and each subsequent year of the bylaw. To reach the 74 cents per square foot of GFA, the current rate will increase by 10 cents on July 1st, 2024, and continue to increase by 10 cents on the anniversary date of the bylaw until it reaches 74 cents on July 1st, 2026. The proposed term of the new bylaw is 5 years, which is the maximum permitted. However, the board may repeal or amend the bylaw prior to the expiration of the 5-year term if required. The Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board received a submission from the Building Industry and Land Development Association, also known as BUILD, which is an umbrella organization that promotes the land development industry. The submission raised a number of issues relating to various assumptions that underlie the calculation of the proposed EDC rates. Mr. Amendolia provided a formal response that adequately addressed BUILD's inquiries. Both the BUILD submission and the consultant's response are attached as Appendix B1 and B2 respectively. As per legislation, the Ministry of Education must approve the projections and estimates that underlie the calculation of the EDC rates. On May 14th, the board received the ministry's approval letter, which is attached as Appendix C. In view of the preceding information, the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board has now satisfied all of the legal requirements that are conditions precedent to the board passing the 2024 EDC bylaw for Peel Region. It is therefore recommended that the 2024 Education Development Charges bylaw attached as Appendix A be approved. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions trustees may have.
Associate Director Del Bianco, would you kindly introduce the person on the screen?
So through the chair, my apologies. Jack, who's the only face on the screen, Jack Amendolia is our EDC consultant. Some of you may remember Jack presented at the last board meeting, and he's here to address any questions. Also online is Brad Teichman, which is legal counsel for our EDC bylaws. Not to be scared by Jack. He's okay.
Okay, are there any questions about the report? Seeing none, there are a couple of motions that we have to consider. One is that the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board resolved that no further public meetings are required in regard to the proposed education development charges bylaw for the region of Peel. Could I have somebody move, please? Moved by Vice Chair Thomas, seconded by Trustee Sean Xavier. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. The second motion is that the education development charges bylaw, Appendix A, applicable to the region of Peel that imposes rates set at 1,300 per dwelling unit for residential development and 74 cents per square foot of gross floor area for non-residential development be approved and enacted. I have a mover, please. Moved by Trustee Daryl D'Souza, seconded by Trustee Anisha Thomas. All in favor?
Opposed? Carried. Madam Director?
Through the chair, we move to questions asked by trustees.
Okay, I'm going to make a list. Trustee Bruno Ainica, Trustee Stefano Pascucci, Mary Pascucci, Trustee Herman de Gloria. Anybody else? Trustee Bria Corbett. Okay, Trustee Bruno Ainica, let's start.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and if I step on your toes, please say so. I'd be more than happy to stand back and allow you, but I'm sure that you will, but this evening, I have a question that I've probably asked every month the last 18, maybe 24 months. And considering that tonight is the last board meeting of Superintendent Thomas, I want to say thank you on behalf of my community, all of my communities, for everything that you've done for the children that I represent. And I know that I echo the same for my 10 other colleagues. So, you know, I wouldn't normally say any nice things for somebody that's deserted us, but, and I say that tongue in cheek and with affection, because we know. But I do, on behalf of my colleagues, if I may, Madam Chair, wish you nothing but the best. We're only across the street, as you put it to me. And I look forward to saying, well, I thank you for again, for everything that you have done. When you came, it was a bright light, and the light continues to shine. So thank you for what you've done. Now for Mary Fix, can you advise where we are and what needs to happen in order for this skunk haven to be removed? What is a skunk haven if you've stood in that quarterback?
Through the chair, thank you first of all for the kind words. I do appreciate them. As far as Mary Fix goes, information from the facilities team that I've received is that the demolition permit for the porta pack has now been received, and that procurement of the actual demolition process is underway. It's with our supply chain management team, with a scheduled work timeline to commence in July. That is the latest that we have on that process. And I'm sure that General Manager Mariah will continue to provide updates going forward, because I'm sure the question will continue to come.
You took the words right out of my mouth. The second is I was at, ironically, Mary Fix last week for Journey into Learning, something that I know each of my colleagues look forward to. I know I do. I was shocked when I went to St. Timothy's for Journey into Learning, and 4 of the students there, I remember in their mother's tummy. And I have to tell you, I came to the realization that if you blink, it happens quick. And I said to the parents, if you blink, don't blink. My advice to them was don't blink, because it'll be grade 8 graduation. Because the parents, some of them actually remember the last welcome kindergarten 10 years ago, and their sons and daughters are graduating in June. So, you know, but my conversation with at Mary Fix was that school, and I came to understand from the principal that St. Catherine of Siena has ticks. St. Clair, which is not my school, but Trustee Valoria's school that he represents, has ticks. But I'm sure that there are a lot more schools in this board that have ticks, and some parents have no idea what they are and what harm they could bring their children. So can staff advise what we are doing to educate our parents on the ticks? But more importantly, are we doing anything on the school grounds, not to address that issue?
General Manager Campbell will talk about the communication that we've been receiving collaboratively through Region Appeal Health.
Thank you. Through the chair. Earlier this month, we sent template letters to all schools, along with a fact sheet from the Ministry of Health on tick awareness. So those were to be sent out to each community. And we're aware also that Peel Public Health has an awareness document that's going to be sent out directly to all schools as well. So those are the two things we're doing in terms of awareness that we're aware of at this point.
Through the chair, and in terms of any kind of action regarding spraying or anything like that, we have not been advised to do anything like that.
No spraying whatsoever?
Through the chair, no.
The last item that I have, Madam Chair, is actually a little bit disheartening. I have heard from principals that the attitude of some, and I use quote unquote, some students of level of disrespect for each other is disheartening and has in no way, shape, or form any Catholic value to it. There's a saying, monkey see, monkey do. And that would go to some of the students because they see it, but it also goes to some of the parents that are entering our schools and think that they run the school board. If parents want to run the school board, in 3 years' time, 2 years' time, these positions all come open. They can put their name forward for these positions and they can run the school board. When you go into a school and you are disrespectful to our principals, and I have to admit, our principals are excellent in toning down, but they're getting tired of it. They're getting extremely, extremely tired of it. I was at a council meeting and I had a parent teacher to my right and a teacher representative to my left. And I was talking about how challenging it is to find administrators. And I looked at both of them and I said, well, why don't you put your name forward? And they looked at me and they went, are you nuts? I didn't take that as a compliment. I will tell you. I have approached my children, my children and my son-in-law, and they said, why? The level of disrespect from parents. And I have to tell you, the last meeting that I was at, that Trustee Valoria mentioned about the principal being followed to her car by the mother and the father of parents of a child. It's unacceptable. It has to stop. We need to get our schools back. We need to run the schools, not the parents, or allow them to think that they run the schools. I agree that parent voices should be heard. 100% parent voices should be heard, but not to the yelling and the screaming and the conversation that some parents, and I say some parents, and I use that again, some parents are having. There are students that challenge the principal, and the principal said to me, Bruno, I tried to calm it down, take it down a couple notches, asked them to come into my office, and they got louder and in front of their friends. And now they think it's okay. It's acceptable to do that. So-and-so did that. I can do it too. It's not acceptable. Not acceptable at all. And so I'm at a loss well, I know what we should be doing. I believe that we need to continue to tell our principals, we support you. If you need to issue a letter, I'd be happy to tell Margaret, you're going to be a lot busier. Write up these letters. Let's hand them out on a regular basis, because I am tired of hearing the principals talk the way that they do, of not feeling supported and being bullied by some of these parents. Some of these parents. Some of these parents are fantastic. But I will tell you, some of the stuff that I am hearing from principals is not good for their health and not good for their well-being. We need to take back our schools from some of our parents. And we need to tell our principals, we support you. Do what you need to do in order to get your health back, but our schools back as well. There are some schools that think that they actually do, some councils and parents that think that they actually do run the school board. And like I said to one parent just a few days ago, if you like this, if you think you can do a better job, in October of 26, it comes open. Come and get it. I don't care anymore about these parents. I care about their children. And when parents call me and they say, Mr. Unique, and I stop them there and I say, my name is Bruno. How can I help you? And they say, I apologize for calling. And I interrupt them again. And I say, you should apologize if you don't advocate on behalf of your child. Because if you don't do it as a mother or a father, nobody else will. It's time. I would like staff to put out some type of a questionnaire, a monkey survey, whatever you want to call it. I don't care what you want to call it. Well, I do care what you want to call it. You know, whatever it is, it needs to be done. And they need to participate in a questionnaire, survey, whatever you want to call it again, on, do you feel supported by trustees? I'll put that one out first. Do you feel supported by trustees? If the answer is no, and the school principals come back and say no, by 50%, we have an issue. We have a big issue. If it comes back as superintendent, 50%, we have an issue. If it comes back as senior exec, 50%, we have an issue. We need work to do. We need to address this issue to ensure that they do feel supported. That whatever they do within, now I'll tell you, if Mark, as much as I'll use Mark only because if he did something that I did not agree with, I know that between the superintendent, myself, associate director and director, it would be addressed. If any principal did anything, it would be addressed. We need to ensure that they feel supported. And we need to know from a base rate percentage, what percentage of principals feel that way about all levels that are supposed to be supporting them. So if I could ask staff to do that, I know it's an operational issue, but I think that if they really believe that their opinion matters and we are not doing what we need to do to support them, then why are we here? Like if we look at that number and it's 50% across the board, we have an issue. We have a bigger issue than losing principals. Because again, it is a small percentage of of students, and I have to tell you, this does not help at all. Considering the conversation I had with a secondary school that I share with 2 trustees, so you know which one that would be. And when I'm online with 2 other trustees doing other expulsions, the disrespect that's being shown, not Catholic at all. And now I have a concern, a significant concern about that. So if staff can put something together, and Marianne, if you're having your call tomorrow, if you could say, and I don't know, Madam Chair, if I need a motion to do it, to direct staff, if I do, I'll put it on the table. If not, if it's direction, I'm all for taking direction to get it done, because it needs to be done. We need to know if we, the 11 of us, are doing a good job. We need to know if our superintendents are supportive. I mean, there is always going to be a group that has a axe to grind.
Director, do we need a motion or direction? I think is appropriate.
Through the chair, direction's appropriate. I just want to clarify, for scheduling reasons, I'm not having my monthly call tomorrow, but I have an in-person meeting with the leadership team in a couple of weeks. And so I will absolutely ensure that principals are aware that the intent is to develop a survey to solicit information around that. I'd also like to convene a small group of administrators to help actually develop that survey. I need to understand what are the kind of questions that we really want to probe with our administrators to ensure that we're really asking the questions that are meaningful for them. So thank you for the suggestion. I think it would be important to get some sense of whether or not even some of the recent supports we put in place are assisting them, or what more we can do collectively as trustees and as a senior team to support our principals.
How big of a group of staff would you like? Let me ask you that.
Well, through the chair, we can work through both associations, the secondary and the elementary actually have executive associations. If we work through there and they want to put together or provide some names of people that would work on this together, I would involve some of senior staff as well. And we would, what I would like to do is, once we have a draft survey put together, consult with the trustees before we even send it out to ensure that it reflects what we really want to probe with our administrators.
Yeah, I would prefer that the executive that you're talking about, I would prefer to have people in the field.
Through the chair, they are.
Okay.
These are, we would be reaching out to principals and vice principals. But they have their own executives that represent them locally. We meet with their executive regularly, but these are principals and vice principals that are in our schools.
And Madam Chair, if I could, if I could ask, and it's not my place to ask the superintendents, it's your place to direct, if you see fit, to say to our principals when they meet with them that if you feel in any way, shape, or form threatened by anybody, and when I say threatened, I don't mean I'm gonna, I'm gonna whatever, but in the sense of either verbally or even in Trustee Valoria's case, I think that's disgusting. I don't think that anybody should be followed to their car. We can have, I say to parents, let's have a meeting with the principal, work it out there, which recently just happened actually today. But I could tell you a million stories and we could be here all night, which none of us want to be, but I'll tell you, I'm at a point, I'm done with it. I am done with it. And I know that some principals are beyond done with it. There are principals that have a calendar in their office. Okay, it's a 2-year calendar. They made it up. And every day they cross off a day with the end date back here. That's not a good way to run our system. Because that last X that they put, the date that they retire. That's not good. Not good for our system. It's not good for health. It's not good for well-being. You still do the job, but it's a challenging job. So, if I could, Madam Chair, please and thank you.
That point? Okay, Trustee Valoria?
As a follow-up, at the last meeting, I believe I suggested that we put a notice in all the schools regarding behavior. How far along is that?
Through the chair. So I did do a reminder to our administrators on my monthly call around that. I know that the Ministry of Education is also working on a code of conduct as well, and we were seeing whether or not there was going to be some direction around some signage, because there was also reference to that as well. But if nothing comes from the Ministry of Education, it's our intent through the plant department to be developing more permanent, not just the the paper poster
Yeah.
that they print off, and we will ensure they get posted in a prominent place. The plan would be at minimum for September, that we would have that in place, but we are waiting to see. They're all in the school. The stickers have already been created.
Stickers there.
We're just, maybe Superintendent Mariah might want to give us an update on whether or not they've been posted in all the schools. They have.
All the schools, secondary and elementary?
Yes.
Thank you. Because I was reminded of that yesterday. I was at the
Mhm.
courthouse. I wasn't being charged, but was doing my civic duty.
Thank you for that.
And they have also a notice. So this kind of behavior is epidemic.
Mhm.
It says, Court Services Division is committed to providing you with the service in a mutually respectful environment. Staff will treat you with courtesy and respect at all times. To help us better serve you, please treat our staff and other customers with the same courtesy and respect. If any individual cannot conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous way, the manager may be called to assist. And I don't know who the manager is, but they're all in uniform and have guns.
Okay, Trustee Stefano Pascucci, are you done?
Thank you very much. And just to the point regarding the signage, can we ensure that this information gets sent out to all parents on the first official newsletter of the school year? And even add, if you don't play nice, then you're not going to be able to come on property. Because if you threaten them then they don't come back and do it again. So if you can do that, that'd be great.
The chair would do it as part of our September reminders.
Thank you very much. And with September reminders, can we please ensure that we get information out to parents regarding the roles in Catholic school councils? I always go and join up during Journey to Learnings or the barbecues that they have at the beginning of the year. But if parents actually understand what the roles are, then we may get some more parents coming in, hopefully. So information out there, they take it, they can't force them to read it.
The chair, we will.
Thank you. Trustee Mira Pascucci and I were at Pocock last night. We had a meeting with the Catholic School Council, and the question was asked through Madam Chair to the Director, probably to Executive Superintendent Chair Baca. When will the answers be provided to the public for questions that were posed during the public budget engagement? And if they are out there now, how can they access them?
So through the chair, the questions and responses were posted about a week ago to the main website, so they are out there and accessible. What I can do is follow up with an email to all principals to make sure they share that with the Catholic school councils as well. and
Beautiful, thank you.
communities.
And maybe even just the broader community as well, through school messenger. Thank you. Madam Chair, I have come back to me. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I appreciate it. Couple of things, if you don't mind. We had the passing of a fine gentleman, Mr. O'Reilly, who was a superintendent. I've known him since then, and then he became director. He was a gentleman that used to open this place up when other SOs would come in the morning, whatever. He's just an incredible man, and it's unfortunate many of you did not know him, but he was a man who just loved the faith and loved education. And I want to make sure the accolades are there for this gentleman. Wonderful family too, and can only say thank you to the man. But what brings me to this point is that I've asked, this is a second or third attempt. We like when our flags go half staff, tell the people why it's half staff. And I've asked this before, and this is the second or third time, and I think it diminishes the importance of an individual potentially. Just a sign that says something like an 8.5 by 11 on whatever color, saying flags are at half staff for the gentleman who passed away, for the lady who passed away, whatever. And certainly I want to make sure they're recognized as the board starts getting older. We've seen more and more of this, unfortunately. So that's something should be mentioned.
Through the chair, we do.
Every school I've gone into did not have. So I'm assuming. Yes, I'm just.
Through the chair, so you want us to post a sign, ask the principals to post a
Yeah,
sign in
I don't want
front?
to get a window
Okay.
full of signs, but the fact of the matter is just so that there's a recognition that the staff, flags that have staff, because this becomes more important when you have a situation, or it becomes important when you have a situation where we have the passing of Mr. O'Reilly and then another serious matter within the thing there. And I know there's protocols and what have you. But I just want to make sure this recognition of the individuals who shared their lives with us in many levels, they're all recognized accordingly. Another item I want to bring to, yes. Sure, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, why? It's already sent out through school messenger. There's no need to put a sign up.
Any way to communicate it, as far as I'm concerned.
School messenger should be enough. Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair.
As the minister, here you become the middle individual. You shall be Solomon at this point. Am I wrong, or is he?
Well, through the chair, I do know that it is widely communicated, and especially with the passing of the beloved former director, Tom Riley, I actually got emails thanking us for doing that from members of the community. So they did get the message that was why the flags were at half-mast.
That's admirable, and I appreciate that. As an individual who does not follow on that messenger, is there potential missing? If you feel, Madam Chair, Madam Director, that we're doing a good job, so just leave it as is. And,
We can take it back and look at ways in which we can really ensure that it's messaged out
yeah,
there.
and I mean, it's the importance of that flag coming down accordingly. Thank you. Thank you, Tucci. Regarding Chromebooks, we're still at the same position. The ministry is not giving us any money on the Chromebooks.
Through the chair, that's correct.
What would be the response we can give to school communities? Would you recommend? Can you put that in issues events?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Second, please. Oh, yes, there's just one. Cindy has the picture. I brought this up a while back. There's some corporate identities out there that are saying that, in fact, they contribute to our schools as part of their marketing plan. This is a huge multinational restaurateur. It says we contribute money to our local schools. It's based out of the US. I'm not saying the money's going to the US. I'm sure it's staying in Canada. But when someone says, basically indirectly names a school or indirectly points to a school, I want to make sure that, yes, we are getting the money. And if we are getting the money, we're getting our fair share. So, Madam Chair, if I can take you offline on this one, maybe talk about the idea we can approach the organization I don't want to make it now, mention it because it's in the cameras. But, so we can make sure that our schools are getting their just desserts. Madam Chair? Thank you, Madam Director.
That point, trustee Ainika.
Yeah, Superintendent Papaloni and I attended a meeting with the SEAC member, and Superintendent Matthew Thomas took up the conversation. I'm not sure if that is was intended for special needs. Okay, it was not. You know, I've been out of that for a little bit, so I'm not sure where that stands. But Trustee Pascucci is making reference to that particular because they are located in the U.S. But they have donated significant amount product. When I say product, baking goods. So I'm not sure if that's what he's referring to.
Specifically, it's the cash donation, Madam Chairman, for you is essentially cash donation. Basically, round up your bill to whatever and you get that kind of stuff. It's gonna be meticulous, but the fact is that some people are claiming deductions and we're not getting our fair share. I want to make sure we get our fair share on something. Bruno, thank you very much because I know you did an incredible job getting stuff up. Good stuff. Madam Chair.
You,
Bring that up.
trustee Herman Beloria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On June 12th, there's going to be a track and field meet at St. Marcelino's. And I got a phone call from a parent saying, is there going to be security because of the incident that happened at Nkuzi?
So through the chair, if I can answer for the tournaments that were subsequent to the track meets at Chinguzi that were actually held at Chinguzi, there was a significant security and police presence, as well as a plan to allow only spectators who were approved or pre-registered to attend. Not quite sure what's happening at Marcellinus, but if you'll allow me some time to look into it, we can find out what provisions are in place and have that for issues and events this Friday.
That's only for our own schools, right?
Correct.
Can I have another point or?
Yeah, you have another question? Go ahead.
Yes. About last month, the Member of Parliament for Erin Mills made an announcement about federal funding for breakfast program for kids. It was actually announced at Loyola, and I was there. And quite a bit of money that schools can access. I'm just wondering whether elementary schools and secondary schools are aware of that. So I was at one school, one of my schools, and principal wasn't aware of it.
Through the chair, we can follow up. My recollection of that announcement at that time, it was about $400,000 for all of Canada. And
But YMCA, we're gonna, well, manages that fund, and it doesn't just come from the federal government. It's quite a few agencies.
yeah, so we'll
contribute to
follow,
that.
we can follow up and ensure that schools are aware if and how to proceed with application to access that money.
Because that's been ongoing for many years. I was
Right.
doing that at
Mhm.
Ascension and also at the Bill. So both elementary and secondary can take advantage of that.
We also have a report coming forward to trustees regarding the survey that we did for all of these programs. So we can enhance that report with information on how schools can access it.
Thank you, Madam Director.
You good? We're done?
Thank you.
To that point, trustee Mario Pascucci would like to make.
Thank you. Sorry, Director, Madam Director, thank you. That's what I was going to point out, that in fact you were doing an at status review, basically taking what we have. I know it was 500,000 somewhere, but you say 480. But the reason is that there's another group that's interested in doing this as well. I'd like to bring this to the attention of the director at the appropriate time, because I just heard about it. But the fact of the matter is that I understand we are taking a snapshot of what we have. And you're hoping to have a report probably in the next 1 or 2, 3 months, of some sort. Thank you for bringing it forward. I appreciate it. This is going to help.
Okay, so before we proceed to the next trustees who have questions, may I require a motion to complete the agenda because it's now 10:45. Moved by trustee Bruno Anica, seconded by trustee Daryl D'Souza. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so trustee Bria Corbett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. So I have a few questions as well, but I can go to the bottom of the list if needed. First, regarding PPM 128, so the Ministry of Education announced the policy and program memorandum 128 with an anti-vaping policy and a cell phone policy in publicly funded schools, which is supposed to start this September 2024. Has there been any information provided to boards yet on what these changes will mean for students, what parents can expect on what this is going to look like when students return in September?
So through the chair, thank you for the question. Staff in the research, ICT, and legal departments are currently reviewing existing policies and procedures. Overall, we are almost compliant with the PPM and legislation that already exists and will be fully compliant by September. The hope is to bring a shell policy to the next bylaw and policies review committee, notwithstanding that there are some elements of the PPM that we will need to investigate over the summer, but part of that work over the summer will be a full communication plan to parents come September with respect to what they can expect. The EDU has also indicated that additional supports are forthcoming for this and other initiatives, and we've received no information on that at this time.
Thank you. And through the chair, that was my follow-up question around the wraparound supports that they had indicated in terms of support learning, addictive behaviors, implementation, training for educators, supports for parents. There's a lot in there. Hopefully that translates into some meaningful changes for our schools.
Thank you. Through the chair, we too are hopeful.
Madam Chair, my next question through you is regarding our Power School program that we've been using to deploy the midterm electronic report cards to secondary students. So I just want to know, have we made any progress? I know we've done some updates with Power School and we've made some improvements in terms of getting the report cards out electronically, which is fantastic. Is there a way, feasibility with Power School within the capability that we have to be able to provide electronic timetables for secondary students? Currently, families in elementary school, they receive electronic communication, usually Labor Day weekend, that gives them information on the teacher assignments that they'll have. It would be really helpful for secondary students to be sent their timetables in advance of the first day. Helps reduce anxiety, make sure everything's smooth and successful, less congestion in the halls. Right now, if you were to go to a secondary school on the first day of school, it is, I would describe it as organized chaos because you have thousands of students all trying to look up their first period class by alphabetical on paper that have been posted in various walls in various areas of the school. That's to get the room number of their period 1 class. When they go to their period 1 class, then they will get their timetable on another piece of paper for the other rooms and teachers they have for the rest of that semester. And I think we could coordinate this in a much better way electronically if we could possibly send this out on the weekend of Labor Day. So that's my request, my ask. I'm hopeful that Power School will enable us to do that.
CIO McIsaac will give you a status update on that.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. We have been continuing to develop Power School. It is in our roadmap, but it would not be for September. There is a student portal where we were planning on developing that. But knowing that this request has come through, the department is investigating if something can be done for September. We hopefully will be able to update in the next issues and events.
Thank you. And through the chair, that something I think is better than nothing. Ultimately, what the students would like is to have their timetable ahead of time. But I think other boards, and albeit they are smaller, they are doing this already. So I think there's opportunities to learn from other boards that are also using Power School, because there's a way to do it. I would really like our board to be able to do this, even if we need to, pilot, phase it like we did with the midterm electronic report cards, but it's really important. And so if there's anything that we can do that just improves the first day transition for secondary students would be awesome. Madam Chair, I have a few more questions, but if you would like, I can go to the bottom of the list. I have one more question. Thank you, and through the chair. So the ministry's guide to core funding 2024-2025. So there's a document. It is public, specifically pages 19 of 24. In reviewing that, the Ministry of Education's now got a new transportation funding formula, which does not seem to align with our current distance criteria threshold. So for example, Duffer and PL, our current criteria obviously matches with our coterminous board. So we have 1 kilometer distance criteria for kindergarten and grade 1, 1.6 kilometers for grades 2 to 4, 2 kilometers, grades 5 to 8, 3.8 kilometers, grades 9 to 12. So the education funding eligibility based on home to school distance is changing. It will be 0.8 kilometers or more for kindergarten, 1.6 kilometers or more for grades 1 to 8. So all of elementary is now 1.6. And then all of secondary will be 3.2 kilometers. Obviously, that means we've got a lot more kids that would be eligible for busing. Obviously, that means we will need a lot more school buses. And obviously, that means we need to coordinate and align with our coterminous board. So with all of that information, where does that leave us in terms of when this funding is available, when these changes will be in place? How are we going to roll this out? How do we transition it? And what does this mean for families that currently are not eligible that might be eligible under the new changes?
So through the chair, if I can, I'll start, and Superintendent Thomas, we have to give him one last one before he goes. But you are absolutely right. There's a couple of considerations here. The ministry for the longest time has been trying to standardize transportation zones, or what the zone is to qualify for transportation across the province, so they can standardize funding. It works in favor for some boards, doesn't work in favor for other boards. With more potential riders qualifying for busing, there's going to be a push on for all the consortium to purchase more, or actually it's not the consortium that purchases, it's the bus operators. So first we have to work through the impact on the board. Do we want to change anything? Do we want to line it up? Because they all have different implications. We have to work our way along this path with Peel, because we were kind of in lockstep. Once that's determined, if we do change transportation eligibility criteria, and we do require more busing, it takes about 6 to 8 months to purchase a bus, because they're all manufactured in the States, and now every single consortium across the provinces is looking at them. So we're looking at a phase-in period, and Superintendent Thomas can correct me if I'm wrong, of September 2025. So we take next year to determine the impact on our students, the eligibility criteria for our students, the financial aspect of it, because we still have a transportation deficit that we're carrying. This would just exacerbate that. So what do we use to maybe offset that deficit? How do we best utilize that additional funding for the consortium for Duffer and Peel, for the Peel board? So there'll be no changes next year, but the analysis and the communication and working out a phase-in plan with an implementation for September 2025 is the strategy. And there'll be more We'll have Stopper as part of their regular update here at the ANF meeting in a couple weeks, and we've asked them to incorporate a more substantial response. And the general manager for Stopper will be here as well to talk about that process. So we've based on the question, we've already had them do that, whatever analysis they can do, and they'll present it in a couple of weeks.
Superintendent Thomas is just nodding. Yeah, what he said.
Through the chair, what he said, yes. No, I would just note that as Associate Director Del Bianco mentioned, we are working with the coterminous board as well to try and come out with a harmonized plan. So the assessment of what the ministry's distance eligibility thresholds are, how that impacts with our current routing, the number of buses that we have on the road, the number of routes that we're serving, whether there are opportunities for other efficiencies that can be found. All of that work still has to be investigated. There have been challenges with this new transportation funding model that many boards, including ours and the Peel boards, have noted that are not necessarily, the funding is not necessarily adequate to support all of the additional costs that seem to be incurred. And so that is something that we're currently reviewing. And until we have a good handle on whether we can align perfectly to the ministry's new distance thresholds, we're really not in a position to sort of say, yes, this is the way it's going to be. The ministry has also indicated that while these are thresholds, it's still up to each individual consortium and each school board to determine how they wish to actually operationalize transportation. So that is the ongoing work that's ahead of us. And as Associate Director Del Bianco has already mentioned, more information will be coming to trustees very soon.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Trustee, to that point, yes.
That's his last.
Trustee Stefano Pascucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's okay. Thank you. It was already asked.
Okay. Scott. Trustee Mario Pascucci.
Question to you regarding this family life education. How's it going to get disseminated to the community down the road? The document that you put on this one here. How is it going to get disseminated out to the community in the sense of got a brand new family life education center? Is this coming out in September, you said?
Yes, the Archdiocese is putting up their own communication for that. My understanding from the presentation, they are putting out information about it, and they will know at least when we start September, it will be offered. There is a link there that you could refer the parents to find out more details about it.
Is it possible, Madam Chair, to have basically a talking sheet on this one here?
Yeah, I gave you that talking sheet.
Okay, fair enough.
It's all in
Because
there.
we have another council meeting maybe, then we have Brad's, we're in September. So
It's all in that, in every slide.
Through the
staff
chair, we
has
can
prepared.
consolidate it into one talking
so you're
sheet.
talking about this one?
But these presentations were given to the principals to do with their Catholic school council.
Right, I just want to make sure it knows, this young lady here beside me recommends the education 2000.
There's the link. There's the Q&A and all that for you to prepare you. Any other questions? Any other questions? Trustee Daryl D'Souza and Trustee Herman Deloria.
You, Madam Chair. I had a request for staff if we can receive the reports in advance along with the agenda, because there are some reports which end up coming at the last minute and it becomes almost impossible for us to review the report and get our questions ready. So I see this happening pretty often now these days.
Through the chair, we do our best to try and get them into the Friday agenda, but, and we will continue to do that. I acknowledge that it's a lot to have to review just before a meeting.
Yeah, because the last meeting, there were reports which were shared during the meeting, and those items on the agenda, I'm sure they were planned quite some time in advance. So if it cannot be shared and it's going to be shared at the meeting, then probably postpone it to the next meeting. so that we have time to review and prepare.
Through the chair, fair point.
You, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Herman Valoria?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, June is to be Portuguese Heritage, Italian Heritage, Filipino Heritage, and National Indigenous History Month, as well as Pride Month. Was wondering whether schools can be reminded that there has been a bylaw change regarding flag protocol and the displaying of flags inside the school, and only the approved those hanging the pride flag, that there is only one approved version.
Through the chair, will ensure they're reminded.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Bruno Anika?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to go back to my last comments on parents and some parents and some students. I know that the director always says, and associate directors, I know they've always said, when I've had, superintendent, associate directors with me, they've always said, let us know, we'll come. And I started thinking about that, and sometimes I don't want my boss around. I really don't. Sometimes it's fun depending on where we're going and what we're doing. But sometimes I prefer when he just shows up, as opposed to, let me know. Well, how's that working for you? How many invitations have, I'm not asking you, I'm just commenting. How many invitations have you received? You've received 150, you're betting 1,000. But if you're received 2, maybe I wouldn't be asking. Maybe I'd just be going. And that way, people, our administrators, know that you're not there for what people in this room may be thinking that you're there to see the school, see the kids, see how are things going, that type of, far be it from me to tell you how or what you should do. But for me, I would ask myself, I have how many, 150 schools? 53? 51? Okay. Okay, if I've said to every school, invite me, I'll come. And you've received 2 invites. Maybe that's not working. Just saying, I don't know what that number is. But
Through the
if
chair, I
it's-
have more invites than I can fit into my schedule these days.
Well, and I'm glad to hear it. I'm very glad to hear it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
To that point, Trustee Paula D'Amato Giovanacci?
Thank you. And to Bruno's point, I wanted to say that, and this is something I wanted to bring forward for the performance appraisal. I used to own a Shell gas station, and there was the mystery shopper that would come at least once a year, sometimes twice a year. And so you never knew when they were coming. And you always had to oversell, and ask for air miles. There was a whole list of stuff you had to do. So I was just wondering, it might be a good idea to just be a mystery shopper and go in to your schools and just show up and just, hey, just checking the place out. I don't know. It's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I'll just briefly pass on the chair to Trustee Thomas, since I couldn't get in. I just want to say thank you to Adrian Giglione and the team. One of my parents from my community actually attended the Chinguzi meet where there was an incident, and he had written to me, and I forwarded it to our director, some of the issues that he raised and concerns that he raised. And he attended recently the ROPSA Track and Field Championships at Chinguzi. So I just want to say thank you because he was so happy, very proud of the great improvement in the operations and security of the event with set parameter access control for visitors. They basically now have wristbands, random bag checks, security guards, and paid duty officers at key locations. One other thing that he was very happy about is their guards managing the flow of athletes crossing the track. So I know the concern was raised by Trustee Herman Beloria. I know our security team and with the support of our superintendent, basically look at all that issue. And one other important thing that there is a communication to the parents of the students who were attending that meet. Because at that point previously, they didn't know what was happening. They were waiting for the news somewhere. So now we had improved that portion, I believe. So I just want to express my thanks for that. And it's really good for our students who are attending sports events and the parents. So thank you. That's it for me. So I take it back. So we are now, no more questions, sorry. Steve, Bria Corbett.
Sorry, just to follow up, Madam Chair, to your question, is that a process we're looking at rolling out for future events that are out in the community, large scale events?
To the chair, we're going to have to review it because in fact, the security for that event cost us tens of thousands of dollars. So we don't, that was an unexpected. It was the right decision to make given, and the layout of a Chinguzi Park where we don't have much control as opposed to a Marcellinus where we can control access. So we'll have to look at it event by event. We also work with ROPSA and we work with our coterminous board. So because that was a ROPSA event, both boards shared in those costs.
Thank you. And through the chair, I know when I attended the Mississauga soccer tournament, which was 14 elementary schools, 3 soccer fields out in the community. Anybody can show up. Fortunately, everybody was safe. There weren't any issues. But there were students that parents had signed out of school that were not supervised, also not with their school, just hanging out watching. So I think something maybe for these events going forward, there needs to be some communication to parents ahead of time that if your child is not at school, but also not participating in the tournament, if they're going to watch, support their friends, cheer on their peers, they need to have some adult supervision because these events are out in the community and the teachers can't be responsible for the teams that they're supervising as well as the children that are showing up without parent supervision.
Right. Okay, so it's back to me. We do not have declared interest item.
Through the chair, not for the open agenda, but before we go to a motion to move into in camera, I just want to acknowledge that tonight is the first meeting for our new superintendent of financial services, Scott Keys.
Thank you. We welcome you, Scott, from thank you. And I know you were introduced earlier individually, and I know
Through
it's
the
gonna
chair,
add
we
about-
also welcome Richard Mariah in his new role as the acting superintendent.
Yes.
Of plant and operations. It didn't take us long to replace the deserter, so.
Yes.
What was his last question?
As well, Bruno said basically the kind words, and thank you, Bruno, for expressing our collective kind words to to Superintendent Matthew Thomas. Actually, I told the trustees to ask as many questions as they have tonight. Tonight is their chance. Oh, I do have a question. All right, it's okay, but I do want to wish you, all the best. And we're just next door. You'd always knock on our door. We're not knocking on your doors, but you can to our doors. Thank you again. Moving into, yes, wait a minute, I've got to read my portion. Okay, listen, that the committee move into a closed meeting as discussions will involve the disclosure of intimate personal or financial information in respect of a member of the board or committee or an employee. So could I have a mover to move into in camera? No. Moved by trustee Stefano Pascucci, seconded by trustee Herman Valoria. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. So we are
keeper of the papers.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Right.
You guys can put it wherever you
Okay.
want.
All right, yeah.
Okay, we're good to go. Welcome back to the regular board meeting of the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board. A report from the in-camera session, please.
Committee of Whole received in-camera board minutes from April 23, 2024 and received committee minutes for audit and contract negotiation in-camera meeting and received the following reports. Personal matter, verbal, administrative appointments and transfers, Dufferin Peel Catholic School year of service, union matters, and an outcome report. There were questions asked by trustees of an in-camera nature, and there are recommended motions to the Board of Trustees to consider.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thomas. So now we do have two items that we need to approve. That the Board of Trustees approve the ratification of the local agreement with the Association of Professional Student Services Personnel. Could I have a mover, please? I have to get them out of the room first.
Madam Chair, can you recognize that?
Okay. Trustees Myra Pascucci, Stefano Pascucci, and Bruno Ianica, and Trustee Herman Deloria are excused for the room because of a declared interest. Quick, move, oh, wait a minute. Moved by Trustee Darrell D'Souza, seconded by Trustee Sean Xavier. All in favor? Ria, are you still there? All in favor? Okay.
I am, yes, thank you.
So you got the mover on that one, Cindy, sorry. Okay.
Can you hear me, please?
The second item, that the Board of Trustees approve that the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board ratify the central terms contained with the Memorandum of Settlement and attached appendices dated May 1, 2024, made between the Education Workers Alliance of Ontario and the Council of Trustees Associations comprised of the Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association, the Ontario Public School Boards Association, l'Association des conseils scolaires d'École publique de Ontario, Association Franco-Ontario des conseils scolaires catholiques, the Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association, or the Ontario Public School Boards Association, and agreed to by the Crown. Further, that the approval of the ratification of the central terms be reported to OXA. Do I have a mover, please? Moved by Anisha Thomas, seconded by Vice Chair Thomas. All in favor? Oh, sorry, I should have put Ria. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Bring them back. We now need to bring them back to adjourn. Oh. Take that. Take that. The heat is it's really hot. Just didn't have sleeves or I would have taken off my jacket. Didn't have sleeves. Okay, sorry. All right, could I have somebody, the future meeting is on Tuesday, June 18, 2024. Please mark your calendars. Could I have mover to adjourn? Moved by Trustee Darrell D'Souza, seconded by Trustee Ria Corbett. All in
Thank
favor?
you.
She's online. All in favor? Carried.